Well, good morning, everybody. Welcome. Thank you for joining us so early in the morning. Are you ready for the big craftathon? We have got over 12 hours of crafting in aid of the DEC Ukraine Humanitarian Appeal. We are so excited. We have got huge names in the crafting industry joining us today, sharing and giving their time for you. Not only their time, but also some amazing giveaways. Now, this is, of course, all in aid of raising money for the awful things that are happening over in the Ukraine. The first schedule you'll need to see actually is over on the Just Giving page. Really handy. We've got links below so you can go and donate whatever you can, but we suggest a little sneaky trick here, donating little and often. So if you've maybe got a set amount that you'd love to donate today, maybe split that into a few separate payments. You can donate from as little as £2 over on the Just Giving page. Lots of different ways to donate as well. So there's Apple Pay, there's bank or credit card, there's bank transfer as well. All of these, PayPal too. So you can go and donate like that. But it's from as little as £2. So you can donate a small amount in each segment, because donators from each segment, and I mean from each time somebody's crafting today, you're going to be in the hat for winning a prize. We'll announce the winners at the end of each segment, and we are rushing through really full on timetable today. I'm so glad you can join us. Now, my first guest is going to be the lovely Sam Callcott, who I'm going to bring on in just a moment. So myself and Sam throughout the day are going to be hosting this as such. I've got lots of comments coming through already. I'm so glad you're joining us. You can see the Just Giving link below. Obviously, we are doing this because we're really touched by everything that's happening over in the Ukraine. I'm sure you are as well. We've all been reading the papers, seeing the news and everything, and it's brought home to many of us things that are happening that just shouldn't be happening. People are being put in positions that is absolutely unimaginable. And one of those people out there is the lovely Olga Direktorenko, who is one of our fabulous co-branders, the designer of Paper Discovery. We are really proud to have Olga on our team, and it's absolutely awful that with what she's going through. Now, we've kept in contact with Olga from the very beginning, and thankfully we know that she has managed to make it out of Ukraine with her family, and she is at the moment safe, and fingers crossed, if she's okay with the connection, she may be able to jump in the chat today. But this is for people like Olga, raising money so that the Ukraine Humanitarian Appeal can offer things like food and shelter and water to those who have escaped that area. So without further ado, you know how to donate. You know you've got a full-on more than 12 hours of crafting to look forward to today. Pop in and out whenever you like. We will be here on YouTube all day long. If you need to see any more details, we have got posts up on our Facebook, on our YouTube, on our blog as well. So that's all happening at Craft Stash. So let's introduce the first guest. So the lovely Sam Callcott. How are you, Sam?
Hi, Lou. I'm really good, thank you. I'm on my second coffee, and I am raring to go. So yeah, feeling really good today.
Fabulous. So it's very hard to talk about, isn't it? Everything that's happening over in Ukraine. How has this affected you personally?
I just watching the news every morning, even this morning. Seeing everything that's happening, I just think we can't still believe it happens in this day now. We thought we've done all this once and learned from it, but unfortunately we haven't. So it's just something that I feel very helpless. So by doing this and by talking about it, and hopefully we raise a lot of money today, it's just feeling like we're giving something and helping if we can.
So we will be giving updates throughout the day, and it will pop up the page for us. You can see how much we've raised so far. If you are donating and you're hoping that your donation is putting you in to win a share of the £1,200 value of prizes, I mean, that's huge, isn't it? Thank you to all the companies who have offered. Yeah, absolutely fantastic. So that is a mix of Craft Stash and all of our fabulous guests offering prizes. So if you want a share of those and you are donating with the hope to win one of these prizes or giveaways, please do, if you don't mind, use your full name so we know who has won, so we can read your full name out. I know some people prefer to remain anonymous, but obviously if you're anonymous, we don't know who the winner may be. So just a little tip for you there. So this first hour, I mean, we've got just about 35 minutes, Sam.
That's fine.
You doing some scrapbooking today?
Yeah, so it's something I always talk about, and it's what got me started into crafting. And I thought it would be something nice to start the morning off, something a little bit different, and get me maybe kick-started to start my scrapbooking again, because I said I was going to do it this year.
Oh, absolutely. I'd love to see it. Okay, so I can see some sunflowers there. I'm going to let you get started in a moment. Could you just tell us about the prize that's on offer for those who are donating in this section while you're crafting? Oh, there we go.
Is what you can win.
Fabulous.
So get donating, sorry, and you can win my magnetic desk tidy. This is all mine. It's been used, so there's a bit of dust on that one because I had some dies on it. You've got your circle cutter, you've got your desk tidy, which is your mini hoover, you've got your scissors, and you've got the new craft wallet, which has your pokey tool, your ruler, all Beautiful. Of your tools there that you need. Little pickup tools, lovely. So this is what you can win during this first segment. Like Lou said, if you've got an amount that you want to donate throughout the day, but you'd like to try and win some prizes, then just do little and often, and you got a better chance of winning.
Absolutely. Okay, I'm going to let you get on and craft, and I'll be back in a short while with an update on the Just Giving page.
Lovely. Okay. So I thought I'm going to use these 3 pictures here, and this was actually taken at the beginning of last year, and me and my mum, we went for a walk to a place called Dartington. They got some lovely grounds and there were sunflowers everywhere, so I thought that's going to be perfect for this layout because it was just such a glorious day, and also this lovely butterfly landed on my shoe, so I just had to take a photo. So I've taken these 3 which kind of summarize that day. So I've already done a lot of it. I've die cut everything because it's really going to be piecing it together, and then I will share close-ups of this on my channel later on. So I've got a stencil here. This is just a trellis one, which I thought would work well, and I just want to build up just an easy background. So I've got the tumbled glass, and I'm going to use chipped sapphire, and I just want to do just a random kind of diagonal kind of strip here, and then we can build up on top of that. So let me just check. No, that's okay. Right, so let's just, I mean, if you want to spray your stencils down so they're gonna not shift, but I do want to kind of move this one around. So just checking the good luck, guys. Sorry, need to go to work. No, that's fine, don't worry, we're on for plenty of time, so yeah, pop in when you can. It any support is hugely appreciated. So it's the first time I've ever done anything like this, so it's a learning for all of us, but I'm sure it's going to be good fun. So this is going to be quite light to start with, and then I'm going to add some of that darker chipped sapphire, just a few kind of parts, just so it pops. Can everyone hear me okay? Just checking. This is the first, I've gone first just so we can kind of fine tune everything and make sure everything's okay. So just just let me know on the chat there if you can hear me okay, and then I'm going to move it down. You're not going to see a lot of this, like with a lot of scrapbooking. You're building up layers and layers and layers, and the idea is that you just see little pops of different things. So whether it's texture paste, inks, pretty stenciled backgrounds, that's the lovely part of scrapbooking. And like I said, this is what got me started. I've been scrapbooking for a long time, so I thought, yeah, let's do that to start. I've come out and back in. The sound is fine. My sound was breaking up. I went out, came back in. Okay, I can hear you. It seems like it's okay. Good. Like I said, bear with us. Thank you to those joining this morning. Hopefully once we've got into it and everything's running, it's going to be all good. So because you're going to have lots is going to cover all this, you're not going to see any of these joins and things. I might have just a little bit coming down here and maybe up here. I can always go in a bit more. I'm going to lay the pictures on in a moment. And then I'm just going to, maybe let's do that one. Just come in with the darker colour here. Thank you, everyone. Thanks. I'm just, obviously I can't see on my phone, but I'll be coming in. You'll see me later on when I do my my slot and take over from Lou, because we're kind of doing it in stages today. So I'm just only a little bit of the darker blue. I don't want too much. It's just to pick up, there we go, just a few little areas. So I'm just lining it back up. Like I said, the thing with scrapbooking, it never really looks like much to start with. It's definitely a trust the process kind of thing again, which I seem to be saying a lot in my crafting these days. Trust the process. This is just like a little bit of a shadow, really, just to help that lift a bit more. And then let's just do some more down here. Very lightly brushing it over. There we go. I think that's going to be fine. So that's the background. Now, if I was, you know, not limited on time, I would get my pastes out, all the different texture pastes, get some glitter on there. You know, you want to be doing all of that now before you start adding pictures and other bits and pieces.
I'm just going to jump in, Sam, very quickly.
Yeah.
Just to let you know, and I won't do this often, don't worry, everybody. Just to let you know that we've already raised £177 in like just over 10 minutes. So thank you so much, everybody, already.
That's amazing.
I'm going now. I'm going to go and watch Sam.
So that is, no, actually, I decided I wanted to have, I think, that order, because I want you to see the sunflowers. There's going to be some sunflowers here, and then there's going to be all sunflowers there, kind of wrapping around the three pictures. So I've already popped these on some cardstock, and I've popped some foam on the back, but I want to have this piece of ribbon just running through the middle there, and I'm going to wrap that around the back. So let's just pop a little bit of glue on one end, and then we can just pull that across the middle. I feel very proud of all the crafty community that are taking part in such a worthy, very sad cause. Good wishes to you. Oh, thank you, Margaret. I think it's wonderful when people all come together, and you know, the crafting community is lovely, and so much talent and stuff. So let's put it to good use and have a lovely day of inspiration, but also hopefully raising lots of money. Okay, so just tack that there. The pictures are going to hold the rest of it down, so I'm not too worried about that bit. And then I'm just going to trim, grab my scissors, thought I'd put them over here. So let's just trim that little bit off there. This is a lovely ribbon, so I'll be keeping that for something else. So just keep it nice and taut. And then I'm just going to fold that one over that side there. Okay. So what I've done is I've popped my foam on the back here, so that's going to go over the ribbon there and keep that all in place. So let's do this one first of all. Thank you all for crafting team today. Love the bright yellow sunflowers and the ribbon. Well, I had all these sunflowers cut from a previous card that I did. So I thought, right, well, I've been meaning to do some scrapbooking, so let's use those. So I want to get this first one down. Now this is, you know, lining something up this early in the morning. Fingers crossed I've got it where I want it. So that's that one down. And then I'm going to sit them quite close together. It's a nightmare here, so want to watch. So won't be watching for a long time, for long. That's all right. Anybody coming in, it's all appreciated. Okay, so let's do, I want to see some of the ribbon, but not too much. So let's do, I reckon, about 1/4 of an inch there. That's that one. And then it does look lovely and bright on the screen, actually. I'm just looking, seeing all that lovely yellow. Okay, these are die cut. These ones, yeah. Didn't fussy cut, no, all die cut. Okay. And then this is my mum in this one here. So it was a glorious day, so this just seemed like a nice one to use. So I've got my glue gun already on. So now what I want to do is place the sunflowers down because I can go over this picture a bit. So we're going to have a big one up, 2 big ones up there, smaller one here, and then I'm going to have a couple there, and then I wanted these ones kind of wrapping around, maybe like so. And then I've got all my leaves and I've got my title. So we'll get these stuck down next. Let me just keep an eye on the time. Oh, plenty of time.
I'm just jumping in again. I keep doing this to you, Sam, don't I, while you're getting your glue gun and things.
That's all right.
£250. Now, we've set ourselves a mini sort of target for the first couple of hours. We'd love to be able to raise £500 for the first couple of hours of crafting. We're already halfway there. Thank you so much, everybody, and all of you who have donated in this hour or this last. It's still only about 17 minutes.
I know, it's madness. That's brilliant.
Brilliant. It's absolutely amazing. You will all be in with a chance of winning some of Sam's goodies. So I'll get out again now. I love watching. I love sitting back and watching it.
Okay, so those are in place. I love using a hot glue gun. I know it's not for everyone, so use like your gel mediums, you know, your liquid glues. That's all going to work as well. It just will take a little bit longer to dry. So let's pop another glue stick in. And so I have that one there. I've got lots of green leaves to add in, and that for me, it's the floral scrapbook layouts are just lovely. I think once you start adding all the leaves in, it just makes it look so nice. Pop that one under there because I was missing a little petal, so I didn't want to throw that one away. Let's just grab, use my nail, there we go, it's better. Hello everybody, thank you for joining. And then we'll have that one there. So I've got an odd number of flowers, which is always good when you're kind of doing layouts and any kind of decoration. Really, odd numbers is always good. So now I'm going to start popping in these ones first because they're more delicate. So I'm going to have them sitting on the bottom, and I want to have them kind of, again, wrapping around the photos. So the sunflowers are the Ukrainian national flower. That's why you're seeing them a lot, and obviously the colours as well. And it matches the Ukrainian flag. So you'll see a lot of blue and yellow today. And if you've made any cards recently, there's been a card drive going around with the hashtag Cards for Ukraine. It was something that we did during a live a few weeks ago. So it's been lovely seeing lots of cards as well. So, you know, there's lots of ways for you to show that you're thinking of everyone, and you can share that over social media. So let's do that one up there, and then I'll cut this one down a little bit, and let's pop this one. So you just want to hide everything. That's why I also like adding foam. So I put foam under the photo, so if at a later time I thought, oh, I'd like to add a bit more to this, you can slide things under your photos. So I've got the 3 up there, and then I'm going to have, let's take a little bit off of this one. We'll pop this one just in there. Then I've got my medium leaves, so I've got these ones here, and I'm going to start popping them in. So I've gone for 3 different colours. So we've got the dark green, which is at the back, then I've got the light green, which I'm coming in now, and then I've got the lightest green, which will be on the top. And you just want to start filling your space. I love doing scrapbook layouts that have a white base to start with, because everything you then add to it is just going to really pop and stand out. And take elements of what I'm doing, you can put it onto a card. So, you know, if you love this kind of cluster, you could put that onto a 6x6 card blank and have happy birthday below. So, you know, I'm doing the scrapbook layout because it's something I've not done for a while, and it's what I really enjoy doing. I find this incredibly relaxing, and it's something just for you. You know, you can frame these in box frames, and I do have a couple framed, actually, some favorites, and I've made them as gifts. My mum has some in her craft room. I've done one for Mother's Day one year. So you could, you know, have them in a shadow box frame and then change it every now and then, you know, to maybe match your decor or a different celebration that you'd like to remember. There's so much you can do with scrapbook layouts. I'm just going to take some of these away and have some smaller leaves. So we'll pop that one in there. And let's do, it does definitely, I've done some wonderful scrapbooks over the years, some layouts and like with people that are no longer with me, and it's just really nice to sit there, and sometimes they can take me hours, you know. This would have taken a lot longer if I hadn't had all of these already cut, but you know, you just get lost in it. I find it, like I said, incredibly relaxing, which is why I also thought it'd be a good thing to do this early in the morning, because there's not much to really think about, and it's easy for you guys to kind of watch as well. So now I'm just coming in with those lighter greens.
I've just popped in again because we are over £400 already, Sam.
Oh my god! I don't think we really
of our 2 hour target.
We really didn't think it was going to be that quick, that soon, did we?
It's absolutely amazing. Thank you so much. I'm just in and out all day. This is great.
Okay, so again, work with odd numbers. So I cut odds of all of the leaves that I used in each different colour, because it will just balance things up. I don't want to come into the picture. I want to keep everything, you know, outside. So we pop that one in there. I'm trying to keep it within the 12 by 12 so it fits into my album. So they're usually pretty good. The clear wallets that you get, they have a little bit of give in them. Let's pop that one just up there. And then I think we need one up here and then one. In fact, I'll do one in here and then one up on the corner. Thank you, everybody. Wow. And that's just the first, 23 minutes. Let's hope we can make some amazing money today. That'd be so good. Right. I think I'm happy with that. So then I just looked through my stash. I've got a box of just really random sentiments. It's actually quite funny, some of the ones that I saw in there. I picked it up from a charity shop. If you know and follow me, I love a charity shop, and I found them ages ago. I think they come from America, and they just got the most bizarre sayings. But anyway, I found this one. It says the great outdoors. So I thought that would be quite nice, just tucked under a flower there. So I've already popped it up on some foam. So let's just take the backing off of this one. And I'm just going to try and keep that so it runs nice and parallel with the photos. There we go. And then my title is going to be Sunshine and Sunflowers. So I've got my sunshine here, which I've already cut. And I'm glad I've got time to get this all lined up. So we're going to have the sunshine. So I've die cut these, and I've die cut them using some foam. So they're nice and lifted. So we've got sunshine, and these are the slimline, my slimline funky alphabet dies. So I did check that it all fit, so we'll come along a little bit more. So sunshine. There we go. We'll do that nice and straight in a moment. I think that's a bit sticky underneath with the backing. There we go. And then I'm going to have which I've got the stamp for, and then we've got sunflowers. So that's kind of where we're going with this. And then we've got lots of Nuvo drops to fill in as well, because I love Nuvo drops on scrapbook layouts. So I'm just going to take a seat and grab my pokey tool here, just so I can get this lined up. So I do have different kind of scrapbooking tools to help you get things nice and straight, but if you've got a T-square ruler, then that is going to be your friend when it comes to scrapbooking, because you can just line it up along the side of your page, and then you can use that now as your guide to get your titles or whatever it is nice and straight. You can have them curved. I've got, like I said, some really good tools to shape your titles if you want to have it wrapping around a sentiment or an image, you know, you can do. So let's just get that. I think there's going to be nice. So I have got backing on some of them because I had them already, cut in my stash, but the others I'll just put on some glue on the back. Hey Claire. Oh, thank you, Miss Stationery and Stuff. Always end up putting your hand in wet Nuvo drops. I know, I've done that more times than I'd like. Yeah, it's easily done, isn't it? Okay, so once you get your first one down, then it's kind of easy to do the rest. And then the next one, and like I said, if you've got double-sided tape on the back, which I have on some of them, then you can just take that off. It makes it a bit easier, but this will dry. This is just the Cosmic Shimmer Quick Grab Glue, so it dries pretty quickly. So, but keep your ruler there and push your letters down, and that way you know it's going to be nice and straight. So this one's got backing on. Thank you, everybody. Like I said, I will take photos, and I'll share these on the Craft Stash page and on my channel and stuff. So if anybody would like to recreate something similar, then you'll have it for inspiration. But yeah, I think, you know, printing photos off and sitting there and actually doing something, I think we've become, I don't know, we just don't do it so much, do we? We don't print photos anymore. But my dad brought my mum a one of those selfie printer, the Canon one. She loves it. My mum does a lot of memory keeping, junk journaling, planners. So she's always taking photos and printing them. And I keep saying I'm going to get myself one because I just print with my printer. But I'd actually like, because the printer that she's got, you can print these small 2x3 photos. So I think when I get that, and I'm going to have it on my desk, it will just encourage me to scrapbook a lot more because it's instant. So I've got beautiful photos of Charlie, and when I go out with my friends, and we've all recently been celebrating big birthdays, so we've got so many lovely photos of us all. And I've still got lots of old ones as well, because I like doing vintage layouts as well. I've got some lovely ones with like my nan when she was a little girl and my granddad, and so yeah, I need to, it's definitely given me now the what's the word, the kickstart, I guess, to getting, you know, all my scrapbooking stuff out. So I used to share them every Sunday on my channel, so I think I need to get back into the Sunday sharing of scrapbook layouts, because it's all, and you don't need scrapbooking supplies. This is, you know, this is card making stuff, so it's, yeah, anything you have. Right, let's what are we looking at? Oh, perfect. So I'm going to stamp, and because I've got that on a separate one there. So we'll have, let's have this offset slightly. I'm going to stand up now because I want to make sure I get this bit straight. So we'll pop that one in there, and then I've just got this little and from an old stamp set, so we'll pop that one just there. Sunshine and sunflowers, and now we're going to cover it with Nuvo drops. This is when it could go terribly wrong. That's all right, Roxy Lee, you can join anytime. We're here for a long time, so yeah. Thank you for joining. Looks so lovely, Sam. Thank you, everybody. Yeah, I'm really pleased with this. This is the earliest scrapbook layout I've ever done, I think. So I've got these two colours here. So we have, what's this, Midnight Blue and Berry Blue. So we'll start with the dark first, and I like to do all different sizes. Again, if you've watched some of my older scrapbooking videos, I've done some huge Nuvo drops. So make sure, do a little test. Let me just grab a bit of scrap, because if you've not used them for a while, like that, see, that's just done that horrible splat. That could have been on my project. So just always do a test first. If you get a little peak on them, or they're a little bit thicker than others, it's probably because they're a little bit cold. So, you know, put them down your top or something just to warm them up, but it will eventually self-level. So we'll do a nice big one there, and then let's do one there, here. I'm going to go in with some more as well, but I just like keep them really close. If you're doing a floral display, keep them, the Nuvo drops, really close around, and then maybe kind of have them, what's the word, just, you know, getting smaller and smaller. There's a better word for that, but like I said, way too early for much more. Get better as the day goes. So kind of like the biggest ones there, and then we could do, let's bring in the other colour here. Now these will take, obviously the bigger you go, then they're going to take some time. So just get rid of all of that there. Just give it, you know, sit it somewhere nice and flat, and it will do its own thing. And I like to do odd little clusters, so I'll do like 3 just there. This one's very stringy. Like I said, I haven't used them for a while. I'll do 3 there. And clear looks really nice as well, just little clear drops. I'll do a darker one there, and I'll do a darker one just to finish that. But can you see how pretty that is? Dots and like polka dots and flowers and stripes and flowers, they always look so nice together. Let's do a smaller one there. Try not to put my arm over anything now, because can you imagine at the last hurdle? That would be a real shame. Let's put one in there, do a nice big one, and then we'll come back in with the darker blue, and again just check. We'll do a smaller, and then just start to pull them out. Oh, that's a little bit bigger, that's okay. The odd one won't matter. And that one there. And then if you've got any of like your spritzes, doing a light spray of like a clear glitter spray. Just, I tend to put a bit of copy paper over my photos, or put my arm there or something, and you can spritz it. It looks lovely, just to add a little bit of shine. Do that one a bit bigger. Go. And just a few kind of coming away there. What we've got there, 3. Let's do in there. So you can, people are probably shouting now saying, step away, step away. But it's just, I love having those like, oh look, there's another one. There's another one. But I think we'll call it done. I must invest in some Nuvo drops.
That is absolutely stunning, Sam.
Thank you.
I'm going to put myself in the corner so we can see it. Isn't that beautiful? Thank you so much for doing that.
You're welcome.
We have a couple more jobs to do before you can go and have a quick coffee. Before you're back, I think you're back at 12:15.
I think it is something like that. Yeah.
You've got it. You've got it. So 2 things. First of all, wow, the donations have been flooding in. We were hoping to make 500 in the first couple of hours this morning, and we thought we might be a bit ambitious there, but you know, you've got to aim high. We've already made £552. So
wow, I'm just looking now. I've just updated it. I can't believe that. That's amazing.
So I mean, we are going to obviously increase our target for the next section as we go through the day, but thank you so much to all of you, those who donated, and we do have a winner from one of those donations. So the donator who's going to win some of Sam's amazing products that she showed earlier right at the beginning is Kay Rogers. Well done, Kay.
Congratulations to Kay. You're winning all of this wonderful product here, and my scissors, but I've just used them. Here we go.
Beautiful. Thank you so much. So Sam, you're going, I mean, we've finished, actually we're a couple of minutes early, so
gosh, we are. Oh my gosh, I didn't realize. I think I've got 2 different, my clock's too fast, that's what it is. Do you want me to, what can we do? We can talk about
we talk about why we're doing this.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, I think we should.
Yeah, I think we should. So, I mean, we're all about craft today, aren't we? It's a full-on day purely of crafting, with the odd appeal video going in there for you as well. We're actually going to be doing this over 4 segments as such. Just because, you know, a live stream is very long, and to do that for 12 long hours, we don't want to get any technical issues and for you to then not be able to go back and watch the previous demonstration. So we've split it into around about 3-4 hours each section. I'm taking this first section. Sam is going to be back with us for 12:15 for a few hours. then myself, and then Sam will take you through to the very end with I'd say the grand total, but what we're actually going to do is announce the grand total on Friday at just after midday. So my live on Friday, we're going to keep the Just Giving page open until then. So Sam, what else do you know? What have you got coming up a little bit later?
Yeah, so I have got, well, I don't want to say all the names because there's probably still some people looking at the schedule and stuff, but really exciting, real nice mixed bag as well. So it's not just paper crafts. You've got soft crafts, different techniques. I know Sheena's already shared a sneak peek of what she's going to be doing, which I'm going to be tuning into because I love what she's got planned. And I think it's just a nice distraction for us all as well, because like I said, you know, we want to be updated with what's happening, but at the same time, it's very hard to sometimes watch. So I think, you know, to see lovely things like this beautiful layout, for example, and maybe you've donated, I think that's just going to make you feel, you know, a bit more uplifted, and just nice knowing that you're doing something to help, you know, those in need. So
definitely. Now, I know one of the guests you've got later on. I can announce that name because it's going to be myself. So I'm going to be popping in at 2:25. I have to keep checking the times. We've got 12 hours schedule here. 2:25 I'll be popping in, but not doing the usual. I'm happy to let people know I'm going to be doing some paint pouring, hopefully. So getting nice and messy with that. Definitely going with the blue and yellow colour scheme today. You can see, I believe it's up there now, if you go along to the Craft Stash blog, that's www.craftstash.co.uk/inspiration. I believe you can see there the schedule for the day, so you can see where your favourite crafters are if you want to catch those specifically. But we'd love you to join us as much as possible today, and of course every donation you make gets you in with the chance of winning from a prize from that segment. So I think we've got something like, is it 16 or 18 prizes?
There's a lot, isn't it? I can't wait to see your paint pouring.
Me too. It could well be a lot of fun. Thank you again, Sam. So I know you'll be watching all day anyway. You're in the background because really you've been key in helping to prepare and plan and schedule all of this between a group of us, the Craft Stash team. So you'll be in the background watching and presumably commenting and things like that, and donating.
Yeah, I'll be sharing lots, and I'll be putting up like who's live next and stuff on my social channel. So you know, anybody that may just be coming across this now thinking, oh, what's this craftathon? There's lots of information being shared, and all of the people joining today, they're all sharing across their social channels. So it's actually quite nice as well, because I was saying that there's going to be introductions probably for some of you into new crafts and other paper crafters that you may not have heard of. Absolutely. So it's, you know, it's going to be nice that we might get some new people coming over to Made to Surprise, new people going over to Lou and Textures. You know, it's going to be lovely, I think, finding new things, because I'm always looking for new crafts and seeing things done. So who knows, I might start paint pouring after I watch Lou's demo.
I'm not sure about that, but it'll be good fun. We've actually got people coming across from over the pond, from America as well. So we're not just sticking to UK crafters. So definitely we've got some huge names in here, and I love the way everyone's come together as a family. There's no particular brand, there's no particular company here. It's just anyone within the craft industry. And what I love, and I did say this, I said it in a video somewhere, I love how we sent out the emails to people saying, would you be interested in just, you know, donating a little bit of your time to raise some money? And everyone came back straight away. Yes, absolutely. What do you need me to do?
It was quick, wasn't it? Surprising how fast people will drop things and change.
It was amazing, absolutely brilliant. And no one of these crafters are getting anything out of this themselves. No one's being paid or anything like that. In fact, they're actually, many of them, donating prizes and time as well. Anyway, Sam, I'm going to let you go. We're on a tight schedule today to fit everyone in, as everyone wanted to join. So I'm going to let you go. Thank you so much. And we will see you again in a little while. Well done to Kay Rogers for winning Sam's prize as well.
Yes, congratulations. And I'll be in the chat anyway. So I'm going to grab a new coffee and then I'll be back again.
Thank you. See you soon.
See you. Bye.
Bye. So that is Sam. That's the first segment done. We've got about another, I think we've got 18 crafters in total. So we've probably got another 17 left to do. I can see the next crafter is waiting in line, ready to come on. But let's just have a little look at why we are doing this today. thank you so much for joining us today in our big craftathon in aid of the DEC Ukraine Humanitarian Appeal. 44 million Ukrainians find themselves in a situation that is unthinkable and urgently need help from the global community. While we think that there may be little we can do that is of direct and practical help, we can assist the DEC Humanitarian Appeal by using our craft to raise money to provide shelter, food and water to people fleeing the conflict. So we'd like your help by sitting back and watching some wonderful crafters who have given up their time to provide you with hours of crafting entertainment. And all we ask in return is that you donate what you can via our Just Giving account so we can raise as much money as possible for this amazing humanitarian appeal. Just Giving is easy. Simply use the link provided to donate the amount you wish. You can pay by bank transfer, PayPal, credit or debit card or Apple Pay. And don't forget to tick the box for gift aid if you're a UK taxpayer. The crisis cannot have failed to move you as the news brings us harrowing scenes of what's happening both in Ukraine but also to the thousands of people forced to flee their country. For us, the story's a little closer to home, as we have the privilege of working with Olga Direktorenko, the designer behind Paper Discovery, herself a Ukrainian national who has been forced to leave her country. Well, we are elated to say that Olga and her children have now found a safe haven by travelling across Europe. We want to raise as much money as possible for Olga, her countrymen and women, so please give what you can. Your donations will be so appreciated. Thank you. So as you can see, that is what we are doing today. Over 12 hours of non-stop crafting for you, all in aid of hopefully gaining lots and lots of donations to send for the DEC. So we have already raised, this is phenomenal, already raised £612. We have been live for 42 minutes. I'm so excited that this is going better than we could ever have hoped. Let's keep this up all day. So every time you make a donation through our Just Giving page, we are going to see that donation, unless of course you go anonymous, which is completely your choice, and we're going to then be able to pick a winner from each of the crafters segments. So while the next guest is crafting, I'll keep an eye on those donations. I will be popping in now and then to update you on the total, and then we will be picking a winner. That's actually not myself. We've got the lovely Hillary. She's sitting in the background watching those and sending us names each segment. Now each person only has just over about half an hour to craft, so you can imagine how many crafters we've got squeezed in to today. So I'm going to welcome on our next guest. I believe she's ready. It looks like she's ready, fingers crossed. We've got some hands, so hello, we have got the lovely Lou with us. How are you, Lou?
Oh, good morning, Lou. Oh, I'm so pleased to be here. It's such a great cause. I turn the news on every day and I feel like crying. You know, people I know and people I don't know. It just shouldn't be happening. So it's a great thing, this. So
it is, absolutely. So Lou, we have got a giveaway for your sort of 35 minutes or so of crafting. We're going to be giving away to someone who donates in the next 35 or so minutes some Studio Light goodies worth £40. These are your goodies, so Lou Withers goodies, plus one. Oh, is that what we're giving away? Is that what you've?
Yeah.
Ah, beautiful.
Yeah, these are from the Studio Light range, and I thought it'd be really good for people if they want to start scrapbooking or making things themselves, so there's no cutting involved. So yeah, hope that's okay.
Absolutely amazing. But as well as that, so there's over £40 there, and then we've also got a Papercraft Society box. This is your designed box, which I did actually see it in when you were sitting in the waiting room. Yes, that one. So you can win all of that simply by making a donation, and donations can be as little as £2. Please do, if you are donating, please do put your name or something so that we can recognise you and you can recognise that you're a winner. In fact, I forgot to say earlier, and I must tell you, so for Kay Rogers in the last section, she won. For anyone else, if you are called out as a winner today, please email customer service@craftstash.co.uk to claim your prize. You just need to email us with your postal address and let us know that you've won during the Craftathon. I'm making a note of all the names, so don't worry, I'll check those off. But that's customer service at craftstash.co.uk. Lou, I'm going to disappear and allow you to take the floor for the next 35 minutes or so, but I am going to be popping in now and then with updates. We're currently at £612 already.
Oh, that's brilliant. Oh,
I
I hope
amazing.
we get, just anything is brilliant, isn't it? So well done, everyone.
I will let you craft. I'll see you in a bit.
Oh, great, right. Obviously, it's close to my heart because some people I care about are Ukrainian, and I'd just like, in my own way, to do something to try and help. So I was thinking about this craft box that I've got on the side, Paper Society craft box, and I thought I'm going to make something that you wouldn't normally associate. So you'd normally associate like these are for moodles and doodles that I do, but I'm going to change it into a background and some sunflowers. And I thought the first thing I would do is take some, I'm using it's smooth on one side and rough on the other, so I'm using some mixed media paper and the big stamp set, because this could be for anything really. You don't need to have a reason to use it, but it's great if you want to doodle, but it's also very, very good for, background. So the first thing I'm going to do is just sort of, I think I'll do maybe 2 or 1/2. It all depends on how you want it. I'm going to do a smaller one. So I'm just going to do a card. Will it me do a card? Whoa, what's happened to me? Something's going wrong there. So if you wanted to, you just do the front of your card. So I've got that, fits completely over the top. That's going to be my background. So all I'm going to do now is stamp it out. So I'm going to use a Versamark, my platform, and I'll get stamping. Now I'm not a renowned stamper, everybody knows that, but I like to try. So this stamp just fits right on there. I like the way it's got no up, down, side or bottom or top. This stamp, it's just there. You can use it whatever you want. So I'm going to use a Versamark. Now this is a bit clean. Sorry about that. Sorry. But it still works, it's like me. A bit rough around edges and a bit, but it still works, You don't kick the old stuff out yet. So I have got a new one, but it's one of them, isn't it? When do I use it? I'll save it for best. I'll save it for new. So just stamping that down there. Sometimes I prefer to stamp up, so give it a bit of welly. And just be mindful of it and just take your time really, because you want to enjoy it. But these make absolutely brilliant cards if you're going to make donations or make cards for people or to raise awareness and money. So yeah, I'm just going to bring another piece in, and now you can do this in many colors that you want. You could use a VersaFine clay, or you could, well, if I could find one I'd use one, but I wish I wouldn't be tidy, Sometimes I'm too tidy for my own good. Not. So I'm going to use a gold one. Well, it's a pearly one. And it's not quite gold, but it's like an antique colour. So that's the effect we get. So I'll just move this back. And it's not made, this stamp actually is made, if you want it to be totally perfect, you can. If you want it to be pristine, perfect. But you can use it any way you want. You can half stamp it, stamp a little bit, double stamp. It doesn't matter. It's so useful. So I'm just heating this up now. This never ever ceases to amaze me. Every time I do this,
I love heat embossing.
Watch it and go, wow, this is what got me into crafting.
Beautiful. I don't know if Lou can hear me while the heat gun's on. We're at £759. Absolutely phenomenal. Thank you all so much.
Right, so I've just got the plain background there. I fold it in half just to explain what I'm doing, so you can do whatever you want. Right, the next thing I'm going to use are my favourite things. I love these. Now I'm not just doing it because she's here, because I wouldn't do that. But my friend Lou Collins has got these amazing inks, so I use these a lot.
I love what you do with the inks as well, Lou. You always do something different to what I would do.
Well, I just love these because they're bright, they're colourful. You do need a yellow though, Lou.
Well, there's an orange, isn't there? And I suppose if you dilute that down enough, it's almost a yellow. But you never know in future.
Well, I've got the orange as well in my kit, which I love. But I just think I just put the two colours out, and you're right. You really are right. It's a great colour to have as a yellow because it's so strong. The beautiful colours. So what I'm going to do, just damp it down, and because I've got that embossing on, I have now got a resist background. Now if you're using watercolor card, whatever card you're using, bear in mind that if you're adding water like this, you will get a different effect. So I'm just going to put on little shades. Now watercolor paper reacts different ways, so if you want to move it around, you've got more chance when you're using watercolor than if you're using a card. If you're using a card, you're very, where you put your ink stays. So I'm just going to put a tiny bit of the orange here, and as Lou says, I'm just going to bring that out a little bit. And what I don't want to do is bring the colours together too much, because I want them to stay this colour. And if you bring them, like everything, they will start to mingle. And if they mingle too much, I'm going to end up with something sort of between the two, which is a green. It's beautiful green, but I don't want that at the moment. So look how far they go, just adding water. And this is not a watercolor paper, by the way. It's a mixed media paper. So, it's not like I'm using very expensive watercolor paper. It works on both. So what I would do at the back of this card is either cover it up while I'm doing it, or put another piece on the back. So in between where I have got the blues, and just with a watercolor brush, I am just going to pop in some darker blues so that it's just giving me a little bit more depth. Now I've got this line appearing down here, so I'm just going to put a little bit and just tiny bit there, only to balance it, not because it needs it, just to balance it up. But I have got some yellow paint. Well, it's not a yellow, it's quinacridone. And quinacridone's like a rust in a bottle. It's great. I love it. It's just so useful. So I'm just going to add a little bit of that because I've got the base on it. And now that's dropping in, and you can see the ink happening. So while that's happening, what I want to do is on the stamp set, I have got, let's move that across while it's drying. You do need to let it dry. You can force dry it if you want. I've got a couple of stamps here that really are useful. So I've got I like this to a carnation, and I've got a smaller version, and I've got the little tiddly ones, and this one is a copy of the keyring that all the stencils go on. So you choose what you want. And then on the others, I've got the lines. Now these borders are really, really popular, but I'm not going to use them as a border. I'm going to use them as a flower stand or a stem, sorry. So what I've got here is some of the same paper I've used for the background. It's drying nicely. Or you can wipe the excess off with a card. And what I've done is stamped these. So I've stamped this one and I've stamped that one. Now you can cut that out as you wish. I'll just show you what they look like with this stamped so that you can see them properly. I'm going to do them with a VersaFine Clair so you can see. I do love this ink. It's very juicy, very juicy. So hang on. There it is.
That's quite funny to see your stamp.
Hey, I've got back out of that one.
Just jumping in to let everybody know, because of course today is all about raising as much money as possible for DEC Ukraine Humanitarian Appeal. We started off this morning at 0, obviously at 8 a.m. It's not quite been an hour, and we've already raised £821. So thank you. Amazing. Thank you so much to everybody who's donated already. Each of your donations, you will be then in with a chance of winning a giveaway, very often something that the crafter has donated themselves. We have increased our target already, which we didn't think we'd be doing so early on in the day. Initially, we hoped to get to 500. We've now increased that to 1,000. So please, please, please do help us get to that target if you can. I will jump out now.
Oh, no, please. I'm glad to hear it. Wow, that's brilliant. And it just shows you how good we all are. You know, when we all get together, it's like no holds barred. Just let us help each other. I think that shows what wonderful people we really are. Just going to get a yellow paint out, just a little bit lighter. And this is from the S88. And it's only because I want to show you what I've done. And basically, I'm just going to put this little bit of watercolour there. Now, these inks work great with watercolour, so that's another plus. What I've done is I can't show it, let me take the price off. It's going back, it's that old, it won't come off. So I've used these punches, and what I've done is I have sort of stamped the carnation style one on, and then used a flower punch. And the other one, the smaller carnation one, I've stamped in the middle and done this spirelli, the old spirella, going back a bit there. Spirelli, eh? Love that. I hope they bring it back. So what I've done is to make a garland of, or a field of flowers. So looking at this now, you don't really need a lot of the bigger flowers because, well, you can do as many as you want. You know, don't listen to me. But I've got, maybe it's got to be an odd number. I think I'll do that, and then one popping off the side. So just like that, and I could have that coming up here. So what I'm going to do now is just put some colour on these. Now, I've did this ahead of time because, you don't want to see me colouring in for the next 2 hours. So all I'm going to do it on the back so you can see. And I've got some different oranges and yellows from inks and paints. And I'm just going to put a little bit of water on the edges of this so that you can see I'm going to do it. And it is really easy, this, because you can use any colour you want. You don't need to sort of follow my colour scheme. Obviously, there's a reason for what we're doing today. So it's important that we're sort of using the colours that match what we're trying to do, which is yellow and blue. Beautiful anyway. And sunflowers are just amazing. I didn't have a sunflower punch or anything like that. And I think it's not about having the exact tools. It's about using what you've got and making what we've got fit. I think that's a really good way of crafting now, because we do what we can when we can. There we go. So just a little bit round the edge, and then the lighter one in the mid, the darker one, sorry, in the middle. So leave that to dry. If you want to get more of what we call a bleed, this is another way of doing it. You spray one with water and you just let it sort of sink in. This is mixed media paper. You can see it's sort of glistening, and there's a reason why it's glistening. Is the water's still on the surface, but also it's creeping into the fibres. So when I apply inks now or water, I'm going to get more of a bleed and a resist. So I'm just going to drop some of Lou's inks in. I love these inks, I really do. I'm not just saying, I really do love the vibrancy. I was so happy that I could put inks in my box as well, because it meant that these would work so well with what Lou already had. And so add some more colour, and then I can just leave these. This is called something that in art terms is called wetting wet, and that means you're applying wet paint to a wet surface, and it goes great because you've got no control. So if you like to have control, maybe not for you. So I've got the little ones which I'm going to do really quickly, and you can see this is drying nicely. It does dry lighter if I wanted to while it's, and this is my tip, is always add more in layers. Don't add it all at once, because you do, it can upset you because it's too dark. Whereas if you do it in layers, you can add dark to it. So I'm just going to put some of the yellow on here, and it's like the orange yellow, but the colours for me these are the colours I wanted to use. You could use a brighter yellow, any colours you want, and it will have a different effect. And I always like that. I like seeing what people do. Just going to get a little bit more of the orange out. You don't need a lot of this, honestly. And again, drop it into just round the edge. This spirella, I can never get the words right. Excuse me if I keep getting them wrong. This spirella is a great one because it's got edges around it that look like a sunflower, which I thought was, and I was just rooting in my stash to think, oh, what could I use? And this popped up. I was like, yes, made to happen. So I'm using 3. 3 is a good colouring art, and it sort of gives you symmetry without being too sort of formal. Right, happy with that. Need a bit more with this. So now what I'm going to do is just have a look. Oh yes, like these. And this one. Yeah, I like that. So you can arrange them in a pack like that, a bunch, not pack. You can, like I said, if I wanted to, I could just dry them down or dip them onto another page. If you've got another page near and you want to sort of take the excess off, just dry them onto another piece like that, and you'll get a much better way of sort of dampening off, not losing any colour, because you can use this for a background later and then just add some more as you wish. I know this sort of crafting is quite messy for some people, but if you get this done ahead of time and do a whole bunch of them, you know, it gets quite addictive actually.
We love a messy craft though, don't we?
Oh yes, I do. I love it. I'm so lucky
quick
to
update.
be.
Sorry, Lou.
Go on.
We are £936. We are so close to our second target already, and we've only just been over an hour. It's absolutely amazing. I just can't.
Oh, that's brilliant.
I can't thank people enough. And as well, thanking the crafters such as Lou and Sam and all of the crafters we've got lined up for the rest of the day for giving their time, particularly the first few for getting up so early.
Well, you know, it was a pure pleasure. When you asked me, I was very, very honoured because I thought, oh, that's so nice. Because, you know,
we have to.
I really do. It does mean a lot to us, to everybody, but it's very nice for you to sort of, I feel very humbled that I'm good enough to be here.
Of course you are. You're an amazing crafter. I'll let you carry on doing what you do best.
Well, all I've done now is we often get something like borders. I'll just move them over so you can see borders and things like that, and just think about borders. But more often than not, flowers, they're great for stems or names or edges or borders for blocks of journaling and stuff. And I just think we don't give them enough use. So I'm going to use these as the flower stems. So I've got the hearts, which I think is quite apt at this moment. And these little borders I've done, I remember when I drew these and many years ago, and I thought the first thing I thought was, oh, you could do jewelry and everything with them. And that's exactly the idea I had when I drew them. And then I thought petals later and flowers and all sorts. So you can see I've got a stem. Now there's lots of different ones. So I'm only going to do maybe 3 different ones because I don't want to overpower it, because at the end of the day, it's not about that. It's about the meaning of the card. So this is a little circular one. This has got to be one of my favourites because this one, it does lend itself to all sorts of jewellery and stuff. I've got a magpie in me somewhere. And then I've got this one. This is very popular, Lou. I was really, really so chuffed when people kept saying, oh, I love your box. Where can we get it? And I'm saying, oh, thank you. It's always hard work when I know with your stuff that you say, you know, you want people to like it and you hope people like it. But
it's a lovely box. And you've stayed true to yourself when designing it as well, which is fabulous.
Thank you. Yeah.
I just want to know from people, are there other things maybe in the chat, sorry, are there other things maybe that you've done or been doing to help support the appeal for Ukraine? Not necessarily this charity, but anything. Some people mentioned selling their cards maybe, raising money that way. Let us know in the chat what else you've been able to do to help. That would be really good to hear.
Don't you think that when this happens, though, that it brings out so many good things in people? Things that you don't show all the time, like rallying round and helping. It just brings out so many good points to people. I love it. It's so good. So what I've got here is I've got the little parts that are in here. Well, any of the little full emblems that happens there. I'm just going to add a tiny bit of colour, just so that they're different to the background. Because at the moment, it's sort of sinking into the background and not pulling out a little bit. As you can see, these are great if you want to do all sorts of different patterns and borders and things. And then, yeah, you are right, this is very much more. I've been doing this for about 20 years, we even taught it in school. That taught, we love these borders. And it's getting really popular and that's good. That's really good. I'm enjoying it. Sort of come back to evening and stuff. Get a little bit of exercise. The next step is fold it around the side of the layer it up and just in a second. How much time have I got left, Lou?
I was just looking at that, so bear with me. I'm going to double check the schedule. So, Nigel, you've got about another 10 minutes, Lou.
Wow.
Your sound's got, I don't know whether you've knocked your mic or something. Sound's gone a bit funny, but we can still see what you're doing.
No, not touched it. I hope I haven't. My mic. No. Maybe it was just that my mic saying shut up. I don't know.
Absolutely not. We want you to talk. That's what we're here for.
Hey, there'll be some people who don't. What I'm going to do now is I'm just going to stick these down. I stick them down in any way I want. I mean, I would wait for this to dry because this wet paint doesn't always like sticking, stuff. So I'm just using a bit of foam tape. I'm just going to stick that in the background, on the back of it. And I don't really bother about sort of positioning at the moment. I position it when I've done all this. Then my advice is take a picture of it, and then, because otherwise I'll take the stuff off and forget where it all went, and I'm like, oh, what did that look like before? So I'm just putting some tape on all of them because I may choose to use the others. Going to move that out of the way, and just to show you what a plain one looks like, So think about your punches. Think about using different punches with stamps. That shape doesn't have to be that shape. That's just the starting point. So let's finish this off. Oh, I've mucked it up. Oh, sorry, what I didn't show you was round here I just got a little bit more of the ink and just dropped it on while it's still damp to create this like a watercolor edge, and a little bit more with the blue just to give it that edge. You can do that with card or anything. Layering it up would look really good. And then what I'm going to do is play around with these. So positioning is entirely up to you. I quite like that one, so I'll put that one in. I always try to put the biggest one in first, then position it from that angle, and then it's not overpowering the little ones. And then I'm going to put these little ones, and it doesn't matter if it doesn't sort of match up totally with these, because I can do another one later, or I can draw a little stem coming off. So, but yeah, I used to do these many years ago when I was teaching, and it was a way of getting students to understand that, using a pen and pencil for your drawing, it is really easy and sort of got them into the doodling, so that it was easy for them to sort of, how can I explain it, transfer skills, because I noticed that a lot of them love doodling, but they didn't think it was anything to do with art. So this really helped them to sort of make that connection.
Fabulous. I just need to jump in, Lou, because we have reached our second target. We reached our first target very quickly. We've doubled it, so we've gone from 500 to 1,000. We've already gone over £1,000, £1,005 in donations from everybody. Thank you so much. We are looking into gift aid because some of us who have donated have got it and some don't have the option. We think there is a minimum threshold. We're just looking into it for you to find out about gift aid. So thank you so much, and we'll have to raise that target again. We've still got another nearly 12 hours still to go.
Oh, well, that's so cool. Wow, that is brilliant. I'm so chuffed. Everybody, what a great job they're doing. And thank you, the MCs and the coordinators. Thank you to you as well, because this won't be able to,
You're welcome.
It won't be happening. And I didn't mind getting up early because I wanted to create anyway. I just thought it's time to create a bit, do something different, and it helps me to start my other day, the rest of my day then, because once I get started, it sort of creates it. It jump starts the rest of my sort of creativity. I don't know if that makes any sense, because sometimes I just sit there looking at what do I do today? What should I do? But now I'm up and raring to go. So what I've done is I've just wet the background because I just want to create a little bit of depth behind the flowers, and I'm just doing that by adding the water to the background and then some darker ink. And if I just show you that has brought out that, and again, just turn the card. This doesn't have to be a card. This could be anything that you want. It could be a scrapbook page. I was watching Sam's brilliant scrapbook page and thought, right, I'll have to get into that. Something that I didn't do a lot of, but this would be great for that. As will everybody on the show today, showing you how brilliant they are with theirs and their skills, and so many different sorts of skills as well today. Brilliant. So again, with that, just dropping that in. And like I say, less is more. Don't go in with the idea of dropping loads of colour on, because you might not like it, and two, if it's too wet, it'll start creating other colours. That's why when you get people who see nice clean colours, it's because they've let each colour dry before they've added another one, instead of trying to, what I call, dump all the colours together. That's not a great word, that, but I hope you know what I mean. So just got that there. I am now, to create the idea of depth in the flowers, the last little bit I'm going to do is a black or a very dark colour. Now, if you haven't got black, it doesn't matter. A dark brown is just as good, or a purple. Anything that's quite dark will do this. You don't need to have a black ink. You could have a black pen, anything. I'm just going to use it here. Oh, by the way, I put another one there because I had 4 and I wanted another one. It's just me. So I'm just going to drop in this in the middle. And what I'm going to do, capillary reaction, is when it allows the water, sort of brings it outwards. There's not much water left there, so I'm just going to do that, let that swim around. And because that resist is on, I'm going to get more of a slowing in. It slows the action down, so, and it resists, so get some nice little effects. Don't be worried too much if it doesn't look exact. You've got the idea of a sunflower with the dark centre. And if you wanted to colour some of these in, you can. Or get carried away now. Here we go. Stop. And then some of the little dots in the background. Just because you bring in the background into the front as well, because you bring in this into the background, it marries up much better. But don't do too many, because otherwise it just, then it can look messy. So again, just a few little bits here, there and everywhere, and it starts to look, it's got a bit more. Just going to add a tiny bit of dark around this edge with my paintbrush. And the reason I'm doing that is because I haven't got any black card. Well, I want to keep it on this. So by doing that, I'm creating a soft, almost distressed ink style edge. And all you do is wet it, then add the ink very, very thin, and let water and nature and gravity do its own little thing. So I'm not doing it all, I'm just doing little dots and dashes, and then it's not overpowering it. But yeah, use your inks and your stamps in a different way. And I hope, I'm more or less nearly done now, but I hope you've got the idea of how stamps and punches and inks can be used in a different way to what we just think. And you get some great effects. Now, shouldn't have done that with a black. See it, what I've just done, made it muddy. But great, it's great. These inks are great because if I wanted to, I just get a wet, clean brush and I pull it back off. Look at that. It's as if it never happened. I feel, just to finish off, I think I've got to be careful because of the black, but I'm just going to get some little orange dots around here and let them bleed out. Now, I'm not using my brushes. I have got them. And if you are going to use the big brushes, use the very big pointy one, and then you can flick that colour out. And these have got quite a funny name, these, Lou. You ready? Lou brushes.
I love that.
Lou brushes.
Lou brushes. They're brilliant. Only you would get away with having a product called Lou brushes.
Well, I'm hoping that when my Lou rolls and my Lou paper come out, people won't be put off.
For those of you not watching in the UK, a loo is a toilet, LOO. I did actually go abroad once, and I asked to use the loo, and they had no idea what I meant. So
yeah, because we take it for granted that everyone knows what a loo is. It's just like Lou brushes. It's yeah, that's cool. I've told it to non-UK members, and they're like, yeah, it's Lou, right? Yeah, but no, it's a toilet. Oh, right. Well, I'm more or less done now, so I hope that was okay, and something a little bit different as well.
Absolutely perfect. Absolutely perfect, Lou. We do have, of course, so we're giving away, the value of the prize in this hour is $67.99. That is some of your Studio Light products plus the Papercraft Society box designed by you. I have a winner's name as well. So this prize is going out to Sue Scrutton. Well done to you. Thank you so much. So Sue said, you're doing a great job. Looking forward to watching you all day. Is not feeling the best. I know you'll cheer me up. Well, I hope you soon feel better. I was going to say Sue, and thank you so much for your donation as well. Of course, the winners for each segment are being chosen from the donations, and donations can be as little as £2. Lou, you're absolutely amazing. Thank you so much for giving up your time. Thank you so much for the prize. And that card is stunning as well. Actually, I want to win that card. Can we put that up next time too? Just a reminder, I'll let Lou go first of all so she can jump on the chat and watch the rest. So again, thank you, Lou. Take care.
Thank you so much. Thanks for having me. I really appreciate being here because it's for a great cause. I just hope that I hope we get thousands and thousands and thousands.
I'm sure we will. I will actually do an update in just a second. So take care, Lou. We'll see you soon.
Bye, everybody. Take care.
Bye-bye. So, yes, we are well on our way. Let me just update this total because this is absolutely okay. We set a target at the beginning of the day for £500 for the first few hours. We smashed that in about, I think it was about 40 minutes. We increased that target to £1,000. We were hoping maybe we could reach £1,000 in 2 hours. That would take us to 10 a.m. We're currently at 9:20. We are at £1,152. Your donations have been absolutely amazing. Thank you so much, everybody. I can't thank you enough. You are brilliant. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to show you a little video to explain to you again why we are doing this, and then we'll come back for our next crafting guest, superstar in fact. Thank you so much for joining us today in our big craftathon in aid of the DEC Ukraine Humanitarian Appeal. 44 million Ukrainians find themselves in a situation that is unthinkable, and urgently need help from the global community. While we think that there may be little we can do that is of direct and practical help, we can assist the DEC Humanitarian Appeal by using our craft to raise money to provide shelter, food and water to people fleeing the conflict. So we'd like your help by sitting back and watching some wonderful crafters who have given up their time to provide you with hours of crafting entertainment. And all we ask in return is that you donate what you can via our Just Giving account so we can raise as much money as possible for this amazing humanitarian appeal. Just Giving is easy. Simply use the link provided to donate the amount you wish. You can pay by bank transfer, PayPal, credit or debit card or Apple Pay. And don't forget to tick the box for gift aid if you're a UK taxpayer. The crisis cannot have failed to move you, as the news brings us harrowing scenes of what's happening both in Ukraine but also to the thousands of people forced to flee their country. For us, the story's a little closer to home, as we have the privilege of working with Olga Direktorenko, the designer behind Paper Discovery, herself a Ukrainian national who has been forced to leave her country. Well, we are elated to say that Olga and her children have now found a safe haven by travelling across Europe. We want to raise as much money as possible for Olga, her countrymen and women, so please give what you can. Your donations will be so appreciated. Thank you. So there's a little bit about what we're doing today. If you're just joining us, we are already well over our second target. We have raised, let me just refresh this, £1,162 in an hour and 20 minutes. Thank you all so much, crafters. Thank you all, everybody as well, our guests who are joining us. So far, we've had Sam Calcott and we've had Lou Withers sharing their inspiration, their time and giveaways as well. When we talk about giveaways, we are offering a prize in every section. So every period that a crafter is crafting away. And that prize you're going to gain by simply making a donation on our Just Giving page. You can find that in the link below. You can find it all over our social pages. Or if you go onto Just Giving, just type in Craft Stash in the search bar and you'll find us there. You can donate as little as just £2 and you can pay it virtually any way you like to. Now, I want to introduce my next guest. He is absolutely fabulous, the lovely and very talented John Lookwood. Right, let's get this right. John Lookwood of John Next Door. He'll kill me for that. Hello, John. How are you?
Hello. Are you good?
I'm very well, thank you. How are you?
I'm good. It seems ages since I've seen you. It must be at least what? Ooh, Monday?
I was going to say 48 hours. Are you sick of me already?
No, never, ever, ever. And this is such a wonderful cause. This is a wonderful thing to do.
It's amazing, isn't it? Everyone's been so generous already. We've got amazing, talented crafters. And do you know what I was saying earlier? When I sent out the email to lots of people, thinking people will be busy, they'll have other things to do. Every single one of you came back straight away and said, yes, we'll help. What do you want us to do? There was no, how much am I getting paid for this? Do I have the time? You were just there, everyone, every single one of you. And we are so, so grateful.
No, I think it's really important. And I think there's a lot of people like me, and I think a lot of people sat at home are thinking, what can we do? We're watching the news, we're listening to it. We're all upset about everything that's going on. And we're sat there thinking, what can we do? And your email was just perfect because it meant as an industry, we can all come together and do something, even in a small way, to help these people.
Absolutely. And as you talked about in the industry, we're not talking company wide. Now, of course, we at Craft Stash have organised this, but we have reached out to so many crafters, both those that sell on Craft Stash and not. We don't care where your products come from, what TV channel you're on or anything like that. We just all want to get together as the craft industry in general. Yeah. So, John, can you tell us a little bit about what you're going to be doing today?
Yep. So what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to actually be making this card.
Wow.
Get it the right way up. I like to be prepared, so I've kind of prepped what I'm doing. And when I got the brief through, I immediately pulled out 2 colours of blue and yellow, and then thought, well, what can I do? Because it's kind of about a sunflower. So I literally searched through my stash to find, I'm known as a die cutter. That's what people seem to know me for, and I love doing. So I looked around to see if I could find a die, and I thought that looked a bit sunflowery.
It does. It's beautiful.
So I thought what I could do is I will try and show how I can take something that's not meant to be a particular thing and try and make it a little bit more sunflower. And I've got to say, I've never used the colour mix, and I really love this blue and yellow.
I do as well. And do you know what? I love when it mixes and makes green as well thrown in there too. So it doesn't matter if it goes muddy as such. We need to talk prizes as well. So you've offered a fantastic prize. We're ever so grateful for that too. Could you just tell us what that's going to be?
Yeah, so what I'm going to be doing is, these are actually, because I'm very sorry they're not packaged, but obviously this is how I get my dies. So I've got 2 full die sets. These are original samples. So these are original samples from the factory. So they're not posh packaging, but it's literally, you know, the first ones that came off the production line.
They're like limited edition ones.
Well, they are. There are literally, there are only 6 of these ever in existence. We only ever make 6 at first. So you are getting something no one else has got. Well, you've got, people have bought it, but you won't get the original samples. So we've got those chrysanthemum and then the butterfly frame. And then I thought I should throw in the card as well that we're making.
Oh, beautiful. Thank you so much. I mean, that is invaluable, isn't it? A prize like that. A card from John as well. So, John, you've got until around about 10, just 10 o'clock-ish, just after 10. So I'm going to skip out. Keep an eye on the Just Giving page. Everybody who is donating over the next sort of 35 to 40 minutes, you're all going to be in with a chance of winning that fantastic prize from John. So John, I'm going to leave you to it. Do you need to do a camera flip or anything?
I do need to do a camera flip if I can for a minute.
I will take over while you just do that.
Thank you.
So yeah, John's just getting ready. Now we are, let me just refresh this. Wow, we are up to, on the Just Giving page for DEC Ukraine Humanitarian Appeal, we are up to £1,218. Absolutely amazing. I can't thank you all so much. This makes everything, all of the planning and the organising so worth it. You're all absolutely wonderful. Now, what we're here for today is, of course, 12 plus hours of crafting, and we're going to get on with that right now. Please do be donating whatever you can, even if it's just £2, whilst John's crafting, and we will pick a name at the end of his session. Enjoy.
Cool, right. Oh, yeah, I can see myself. I'm going to pull down a little bit just so that everyone can see a little bit better. I'm terrible with getting things in the right place, so I really hope this works for everybody. So I've pulled out 2 colours of yellow and blue. And what I wanted to do was, as I said to Lou earlier, I wanted to use something I got in my stash, and again, do something rather than have to rush out and buy something new. So I'm using this mandala die because I really felt it looked like a sort of a sunflower. It had got that real sunflower look. But what I also wanted to do was, whenever I do a video or anything, I always want to show you something, you know, try and teach something I've learned or something I've nicked from someone else. So that's what I'm going to try and do. So I'm not using this part, but I'm going to use the 2 layers to start with. And this is a bit where I know a lot of people sort of struggle. So I'm going to use the first 2 layers in the set. And what I'm going to do is a piece of blue. I've got blue and yellow absolutely everywhere around here. So loads of people will have seen this. But when you're trying to put 2 dies together to create a frame, and this is a very fine frame, it is quite difficult. So I use my long piece of tape trick. So I take a long piece of tape and I stick my fingers to it, a bit like a Chinese finger trap. Then I use my thumbs loose and pick up the die. That allows me then to float over the top. So I can float over the top and move it round until I've got it even on all of them. And because I'm going to need 2 of these, what I do is I take a piece of sticky tape and I put this over the top of the low tack tape. And that helps to keep it in place and stop it from breaking, so I can cut the exact same frame multiple times. So we're just going to run that through my die cutting machine. Oh, I've still got a bit left from crafting this morning. I did specifically ask for a morning slot because I am a morning person. So I have been crafting since 6 this morning. So there'll be bits everywhere. Say again, Lou.
Since 6 o'clock?
Yeah.
Oh, blimey. I mean, I was up, but certainly not crafting. I was drinking my coffee at that time.
No. I put the bins out about 5 to 6 and started at 6. But don't worry, I should be going for a siesta at 12.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I think I'll join you.
Without a shadow of a doubt. So here we go. Just need to turn my volume up. Bear with me. There we go. So you can see now straight away dropped out, I've got this fine piece. And of course I need 2 of them. But by taking this off and popping this out, by putting the sellotape on, they've actually stayed in exactly the same place, which means that I can really easily cut a second one. So I'm just going to pop that one on and trim around it. And I'd always say this when die cutting, if possible. Try and, if you can, we can always use the waste, but try and reduce the amount of card you're putting on, because you can sometimes wreck your card, or it can stretch and pull your card out of place. So let's just run that one through. I think I'd already got a second one of these cut, but there we go. But now by doing that, I've got 2 that are identical. But also, if I wanted a 3rd or a 4th, it's not a problem. My dies are still stuck together. And they will stay like that with the sellotape for quite a long time. So I'm going to put those down because I can't remember what I need next. I always have to refer back to the original card. I don't know if other people can literally, you know, look at it and go, I know straight away what they're doing. So I now need to have the yellow center. So I'm going to take a card of the yellow. I'm going to bring the die set back in. And what I can do then is, again, I'm going to use the outside of this one. Oh, Nicola. Oh, thank you. I did wonder if you'd still be on, Nicola. I was watching Lou and I wondered if Nicola would still be here. So again, with this one, so again, it's difficult to get it in the right place. So use the same trick again. Take a piece of tape on your fingers, pick up the die, hover over until it's in the right place, pick up the other die, and then pop that on your card. And it's so much easier than trying to put little bits of tape down everywhere. And I used to do that with little bits of tape and everything pull apart. And it's great, as I said, if you want 2 or 3 of them. There we go. So I'm just cutting this through really simply. Again, all the dies I'm using fit through the Kaleido or any A5 machine. So, but I'm not going to sort of sit here and go, oh, this is this die and this is this die. This is all about, you know, showing you techniques for the charity rather than trying to say, oh, have this die or get that one. So I'm
absolutely. We said that, didn't we? We're not talking about selling today.
No, we're not. That's why I don't want to say, oh, this is this from me or anything. This is about helping people.
No.
And teaching. So,
absolutely.
You know, I'm sure you've...
In fact, we're giving things away.
Well, exactly. Yeah, we're not selling things. We're giving them away. And I think people, you know, look through your stash. You'll have got something, a mandala or a doily die is something so many of us have got from our stash from years ago. So just look at it in a different way and say, could I do something similar? Or would it give the right same sort of effect? So I'm just taking the bits out. But you can see here, now I've got, and to me that really does look sunflowery. I mean, I could just literally put one of those down on white, or just double that up and put a brown center in, and you know, I've got a sunflower look straight away. So there's a lot, you know,
that's
you can
beautiful.
do. I say,
can I just jump in with an update, John?
Sorry,
can I just jump in with a quick update on the donations?
Yeah, please do.
Thank you. So very quickly, we did increase our target. We've increased it to 1,500. Now, we never would have even dared to hope that we could raise that much in the whole day, but We're at 1,437. We're at 95% of that target already. It's just going to keep increasing through the day. I think you're all absolutely amazing. And it's down to both the viewers and the crafters giving up their time to do this. So there we go, John. I'll leave you to
Thank you. That is absolutely brilliant. I mean, it really sort of warms your heart, doesn't it, that people are willing to, in these times when we've all got struggles and prices are increasing everywhere, that everyone's trying to help a little bit. And as I said earlier, you know, you do feel sometimes you sat at home, you watch the news and you just don't know what you can do. So I think that's amazing that people have donated that much. Thank you so, so much. Right, so what I'm going to do now, I've got a couple of pieces of white here because obviously I need something to go behind. This is why multi-layers are really useful. So I want the white to be behind, but this is a simple outline die, and I think we all forget this. The card I'm using is 250 GSM. Because it's a simple outline die, it can easily cut 2 layers together. And I know I say this a lot, but it's genuinely true. I am such a lazy crafter at times. If I can do a job in 1 pass rather than 6, I'm going to do it. So I'm going to cut 2 together. I'm adding a shim because I'm asking quite a lot. But I just wanted to sort of share that tip of, you know, always look at a shape and think, oh, will it cut 2? Will it, you know, will it do that for me? And this easily cuts through both layers, so I don't have to double do it. And I think that really is helpful. So I'm going to have this finished really, really early if I'm not careful. I'm going to have to slow down a little bit. So
I think you might have to, or maybe do a dance.
Oh, no. I am an expert. If you'll see one of the questions I answered in the new box kit is something about, you know, what song do I dance to? And I said, quite honestly, I am the world's best dad dancer. Nobody wants to see me dance ever.
Yes.
I promise you.
Well, I don't know. It'll fill a space, won't it?
Yeah, if it fills some time, it fills some time, I suppose. So.
Absolutely. Will you have... I'll just check the schedule because, of course, we need to stick to this today.
Yeah.
You still have about 20-25 minutes.
Cool. Right.
Ooh.
So I better pull out something else quickly to do something else, which I have got something spare just in case. I'm obviously too prepared.
Thank you, John.
So what I've got is I've got 2 of the outline. I've got 2 of the sort of sunflower inserts. I've got 2 of the frames. So if we look at the card, I actually now need a center and I need the white dot in the middle. Now, I've said this many times, but I am genuinely very cheap with card, if I can be. So I have these 2 blue pieces, which are spares from the middle of those. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use one of those for the center of my piece. So as you can tell, it being me, I don't clean my dies out till I need them again. So there's the next layer in the die set. And then there's this separate little die that does all the dots in it. So again, pick up a piece of tape, pick up your middle, float over, pick it up. And this time, if I'm clever, I can position this in the center, just like that. And it means that when I cut this, I'll actually have 2. I'll actually have 2 usable pieces, which is always what I like to do. So I'll take this out. You can see, pop the middle out. There is my usable piece for the center. Just going to use my pokey tool and get the little bits out. I really need to get myself a new brush one because I left it in my kit for the shows. There we go. So just get these all out. I love little bits of detail like this with the little dots and things like that. If I put it against white, you really see, just adds a real level of detail onto something. So
it really does. John?
Yes.
Quite a few people are questioning you. Snuck in a comment about a new John Next Door box kit. Can you just elaborate on that? Because quite a few people are asking about it, if that's okay.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm not supposed to, I suppose. Yeah.
I'm
Sorry,
just
I didn't even realise I'd said that. There you go.
There we go. Preview, quick sneak peek.
You have a quick sneak peek of it.
There we go.
Yeah, there's an interview in there with me, and it's really quite funny. I absolutely love Jen, the author of this, because I've answered question before, things like what's my favourite book, and I've always given the same answer, and no one's ever published it because it's not a highbrow book or anything. It's just a book I read as a kid and have read lots of times since. And no one's ever published it because I don't think they think it's highbrow enough. So it's quite funny because Jen's put it in there. So it's worth it for the interview anyway.
I want to know what that book is now.
You'll have to read the box kit. It's got my favourite film and my favourite song in there as well, I think.
Oh, I'll definitely get that. Thank you. I'll get you in trouble now.
Yeah, I think it's out on the 17th or something. I'm not sure. Sam knows all the dates and things. But can you see, this is the waste piece. So this is the waste from cutting that. And that to me is, instinctively you would grab another piece of blue and cut that out of it. Don't. We've got the start of a second card here. In fact, what we can do is we can use those pieces to do a second card. So because I've got a little bit of time, I'm going to go through that bit again and just show what I'm doing here is, I don't know if you can tell. There we go. I've used the low tack tape. So there is a little bit of adhesive stuck to my card. I haven't got a sticky finger. So what I'm doing is, a glue eraser is one of the best things ever because it cleans up card, but also it takes all that stick off without causing problems. So, one of my best tips for die cutting is always have a glue eraser around. So I'm going to take this one again and I'll just show you again. So I've got it taped together, the circles and the outline, and then I'm just going to pop them in again evenly and tape it down to the waste piece so that we've got the waste piece. So we're not wasting the waste because we will use that. So again, top over. I'll run it through my machine off air so I don't keep bringing it in because it's boring. And I'm sure everyone wants to see my elbow. I'm sorry. Never think these things through. So we just pop that out.
What a lovely elbow you have, John.
Oh, God, no. Gosh, it's not good. I wouldn't inflict me on anyone. So, again, just take the little bits out. But there's quite a good tip here. If you've got a lot of little bits in a piece, you can sit and go like that and pick one out, each one out. But you can take your pokey tool and just run it over. Like you're running it over the lathes on a fence. And what it will do, let's put it on a little bit of white so you might be able to see. If you run it round like that, it just pops them all out and it's a lot quicker. And use your glue eraser on the back, and that will always get rid of any of those little bits that hang off that you're afraid you might need to tear. So use a glue eraser and it will just finish them off. So all I've got to take out now are two. There we go. And that just pulls them off. So now I've got two pieces of the waste.
John, is it okay if I jump in?
It is.
We have just gone past our third target. We've
fantastic.
I know, absolutely amazing. Thank you so much, everybody. So current total at the moment, I will just refresh because it's going up by the second. £1,525 in an hour and 45 minutes. That is phenomenal. Thank you so much. We are going to be giving away, we're not, John is actually offering the prize of two, I'm going to say limited edition die sets plus the card he's making to anyone that's donating whilst he's crafting. So John still has what did we say? About another 15 minutes to fill. Sorry, John.
Cool, that's fine.
So you've still got 15 minutes, and you can donate from as little as £2 to be in the draw. I will hide now.
Fantastic. No, that's brilliant. I think that's so good. Again, you know, it's not down to me to say thank you, but genuinely, you know, on behalf of the people that will be receiving this, thank you to everyone who's donating. It is absolutely wonderful. So what I'm going to do now is I need a white circle for the center, and again, it's in the die set, because I always think sometimes it's important, you shouldn't have to get out 15 different dies to make one card. It's probably why I love a mandala die or a sort of layered die. Again, I'm going to tape it down, but I'm not going to waste. I'm going to take, this piece is going to be covered. So I'm going to take the circle from the center of this piece, because again, I don't want to waste any more card and I want to get the best value out of it. I know it sounds very cheap, but I am relatively frugal and I like to buy the best card that I can get that I love. But once I've done that, I want to get the best out of it and the most out of it. And, you know, my mum always said, you know, if you want it and you can afford it, you have it. But you don't waste it and you don't buy things for the sake of it. So, you know, I always take that into everything. So you can see there, I've taken that center out and it won't notice when I put that over the top. So I always say, don't gut your card, die cut your card is the best thing. So don't try and take a knife and take panels out. You'll never use them. But if you die cut it, you'll never notice, and you actually then will physically use that piece, because we've all got boxes full of scrap. So I don't know why we need more scrap by gutting card. Let's just die cut it. I mean, what I could do, and would I normally do at home, I would have die cut out the blue shape from these mats and layers. So I would have taken that out of the mats and layers, but because I'm doing it for a demo, I don't do it. But that's what I do at home because I'm careful. So let's look at the pieces we've got. I've got 2 of the white pieces. I've got 2 of the sunflowers. I've got 2 of the outlines. I've got 2 of the centers. And I've got 1 of the very center. So now I'm going to start to put this together. And I want to explain to me what I found the easiest way to do it. So move these to one side and the other side. Your natural instinct, or mine was at first, was to put this on to here and then stick the frame around. And I found it didn't fit. So what I want to do is to stick this frame on first. So I'm going to bring in my spray box. I'm going to use spray glue. If you're not like spray glue, you could use something like the glue glaze or something, you know, where you put the glue on the bit of your hand. But I'm a spray glue addict. Oh, Del, I love Crafts 2 linen card, Del. I absolutely adore it. It's got a texture, which means die cutting is beautiful. It comes in amazing colours and it's not ridiculously expensive. So that's mine. My other love is my other love of card is the sort of satin card that we do. I love satin card, but I'm at the moment, I was crafting this morning with 6 o'clock at 6 a.m. and I was crafting with Christmas. So I'm starting to make packaging samples for Christmas. So behind this camera and outside of this shot is an awful lot of mirror card, satin card, and the waterfall glitter card, which I absolutely adore. Thank you, Amanda. Yeah, I know I've got one there. I cut one earlier just in case, but thank you for that. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to pop this on, and don't try and get it down in one thing. Get one point right. Okay. And then I'm just going to get all of the other points right. So instead of trying to put it all down in one piece, go a point at a time, because I can stretch it then so it fits. So, and I can move I've accidentally, somebody's given my number out to, I'm very sorry about that. I'm getting awful lot of scam calls suddenly in the last 2 or 3 days. So.
Well, it wasn't me.
No, it wasn't. No, I know. I managed to have a little look, and it was one of those +6793s. So it's, but I've been getting 2 or 3 a day for the last 3 days for some reason. If you don't know the number, never answer it. So you can see now that I've got that blue rim all the way around the outside really easily. So it's a lot easier now to spray glue. Oh, a little bit of a hanging chad. It's a lot easier to spray glue now one of the sunflower pieces in. And of course, because they're die cut, it doesn't matter if you're not putting it in the same place. It will just fit in because it's die cut. So we'll just drop that in. Give it a good professional press down. Basically, flap your hand on it and do it. There we go. So you can see there we've got our first layer. But if we look at the card, can you actually see that this layer comes over the top? So this layer comes over the top of that one. So I don't want to make 2 the same. And what I want is, obviously, I want the yellow in place. So, you know, how am I going to get that in place? And I do this by cheating. So I use a silicone glue. So I'm using, I think this is Collal or Pinflower, I can't remember which. So I use just the silicone glue because that will be movable. So what I can do is I can put that on, and I've got more sort of wriggle room than I would actually think I would need. I can then pop this one into place, and what I'm doing is I'm following the points. So I need to put some silicone glue onto here. Again, because it'll wobble a little bit more than a PVA. And what I'm doing is I'm hoping this comes through. I'm matching these points. There's a point on the die to guide you. You hardly notice it, but it was designed in there so that it was easy for you to get it in the right place. So that's roughly in the right place. So now I can take this, and again, I'm going to spray glue it. Ooh, I'm doing all right for time. I thought I'm going to have to put something extra on, and drop this on top. And all I'm doing is following again the white lines. And I'm just affixing it at each point. Yeah. Then take my pokey tool, because I use silicone glue, I can move the yellow until it's in the right point. I really hope this is making sense. And then push down those points. Give it a good press. But you see now I get that almost bright sunflower yellow, but I get this crossing that doesn't exist on the die.
That's beautiful.
Thank you. But yeah, just be a little bit clever with the glue you're using. But again, it's trying to make things that we don't have and that don't exist. So I'm going to go back to my usual foam tape, because I am a foam tape addict for the mid-center. So I'm just going to put this on first, and I'm going to match the points. So I put that on and it matches the points there. By doing a second one, and this time I'm just going to use flat glue. So I use a little bit of glue glaze. And I'm just going to rotate that round until it goes in there. And I do not know how I've managed this, but I'm not sure if you can see, I've actually got the holes lined up as well. I don't know how. That is really unusual. I'd love to say it's part of the design of the die, but I'm sure it's not. And then to finish off,
just go with it, John. It's amazing.
yeah, you know, that was really lucky. That was sheer luck, but take the white.
just pretend.
Yeah, pretend it was designed that way, shall I? Sorry, I should explain there's a little bit of a delay when Lou speaks and me hearing it. So it's because I'm using a weird setup. So there we've got our sort of sunflower mandala. I actually prefer that because I used 2 layers to the original one. So I will send out the one I've made on air as the prize. Okay, so now we want a background for it. And I want to do something really, really relatively simple. So I've taken a piece of, this is just a piece of like mixed media card or watercolor card, and I've grabbed 2 ink pads that I've got that match the colors to keep the same idea. And this was inspired by the Ukrainian flag, and I had to go and check it because it is blue and then yellow. But there's loads of ways, and I tried putting ink down and spritzing it and picking it up, and I thought there's loads of people through today who will show you ways to you know, to be inky and things. So I thought, well, I'm a clean cut crafter. I like die cutting, so what I would do personally is make it as easy as possible for me. So I thought that's what I'd do. So all I'm going to do is take the ink pad and literally drag it across, and because I've used watercolor or textured card, I get really quite an arty look. And I'm going to follow that line with the yellow, and I'm just going to let them cross a little bit because I know Lou said at the beginning she loves it when blue and yellow mix to make green. But then very quickly, very easily, we've got our own sort of version of the blue and yellow of the sort of Ukrainian flag. And again, I've not got mucky. I've not had to get water out, and I like things that are easy. So what I'm going to do is, because I'm giving this one away, I better do it properly how I would. So I'm going to add foam tape onto here. I use 2mm foam tape. It means that I don't add too much depth that it's hard to post, but I get enough depth so that it looks to me, I think things look a little bit more expensive if they've got a couple of layers on them. So I'm going all the way around my border, and then I've simply cut a piece of card white. So this one is 5 1/4. So I've cut this to 5 1/2. The yellow layer is 5 1/2 1/8, which would be 5 5/8. And the blue layer is 5 3/4. And the reason I've cut those measurements is you can get 2 of each of those layers from an A4 sheet. And again, I'm so careful with what I'm doing. So I'm making sure, you know, I'm so careful that I don't waste card. So here we've got our mandala that we've made, our sunflower, and you could add a beautiful piece or any sort of sentiment you want onto there. I thought I'd just leave it, and all I want to do is find a nice point where the points work at the top and the bottom, and we just pop that in the center. So I'm keeping the points going across, almost across that flag. And then the last thing I need to do is a card blank for it. And unfortunately, I normally have some 6x6, but I don't. So I'm going to make one. So pull in my scoreboard, A3 card, and my scoring tool, and score A3 at 8 1/4. And that gives you a perfect half fold of A3 card, and then I can simply trim that down to 6 by 6. And again, I like doing this because that will then give me a 5.5 by 7.5 card blank out of the waste. So 6 by 6 is always useful to use on A3 because you're getting 2 out of it. So we've cut ourselves a 6 by 6 card blank. Again, I would normally foam tape this, but I will glue it. And we just glue all the way around. Pop that on, making sure the blue's at the top. And I had to Google that loads to get the flag right. And there we go. So there's the one we were aiming for. And there's what we've made. So that's what we'll be giving away.
Amazing. Thank you so much, John. That's absolutely beautiful card. I love all your tips and tricks as well. I know you always do that anyway, but I always forget until I watch one of your lives or demos how many different techniques you bring in and gives us these little hints and tips to use.
Oh, thank you.
We have a winner of that bundle already. I'm just first of all going to skip over to Just Giving. So we have now increased up to, okay, the total is at the moment £1,693. That's
brilliant.
Another huge jump. So amazing. Thank you, John, because obviously people are donating whilst you're crafting. We couldn't do this without you. We couldn't do this without the people watching and donating either. No. But we do have a winner from one of those donations that came through whilst you were crafting. And that is going to Leslie Metcalf. Well done, you. Congratulations.
Brilliant.
Leslie said,
Leslie, if you want to private message me or Sam with your address, we will get it sent out directly from us for you. Is that okay?
Yep, you can do that. So anybody else, if you're watching and you did win, so this is just for John's event, John's prize. If you've won any of the others today, you can email customer service at craftstash.co.uk and we'll arrange sending out. But definitely, John, if you're happy to take that email with the postal address. Leslie said, well done to Craftstash and all the generous crafters taking part. Sad this has to happen in this day and age. And thank you. This is very true. It is sad we have to do this, but, you know, we're all coming together to do what we possibly can. John, again, thank you for giving your time. It's been absolutely wonderful. I'm going to let you go off, and I'm sure you'll be popping into YouTube the rest of the day and watching and such.
I will. It's on my laptop on the corner of my desk, so that's today's viewing sorted out for me.
Perfect. Lovely. So you may see John pop up in the comments later and say hello to him. Thank you, John, again. I will see you again very soon. Probably not 48 hours this time, but hopefully won't be too long.
No, probably another week, knowing the way our schedules are at the moment.
Absolutely, yeah. Take care of yourself. Thank you.
And thank you to everyone for donating and watching.
Absolutely. Thank you. Bye-bye. So yes, let's have another quick refresh. I can see we've got our next guest ready and waiting to come on in and craft with you for a little bit longer. When I say a little bit longer, we're actually going to be crafting across about 18 crafters for over 12 hours. If you're just joining us on YouTube, hello and welcome. Thank you so much for joining us. We are doing a massive craftathon today, all day from 8 a.m. until I think it's like nearly 9 p.m. at night. I've got my schedule here. Hang on. It goes on and it goes on. I've actually not even lost. I don't know. It goes on forever. You can watch us for over 12 hours anyway. And what we're asking of you is if you can spare anything, please do donate to our Just Giving page. We are raising money for the Ukraine Humanitarian Appeal. So that's going to help towards things like food, water and shelter to those who are in the war-torn country at the moment. We, of course, have the lovely Olga from our design team, or our design team. She is one of our co-branders. She is the designer of Paper Discovery. If you've ever had her products before, you'll know how wonderfully talented she is. And it's such a shame that she is caught up in all of this. We have kept in contact with Olga. We know that she is at the moment safe and well with her family. So we are thankful for that. But what we are trying to do is help raise some money today. So here's a little bit more about what we're doing today with this big Craftathon. Thank you so much for joining us today in our big Craftathon in aid of the DEC Ukraine Humanitarian Appeal. 44 million Ukrainians find themselves in a situation that is unthinkable and urgently need help from the global community. While we think that there may be little we can do that is of direct and practical help, we can assist the DEC Humanitarian Appeal by using our craft to raise money to provide shelter, food and water to people fleeing the conflict. So we'd like your help by sitting back and watching some wonderful crafters who have given up their time to provide you with hours of crafting entertainment. And all we ask in return is that you donate what you can via our Just Giving account, so we can raise as much money as possible for this amazing humanitarian appeal. Just Giving is easy. Simply use the link provided to donate the amount you wish. You can pay by bank transfer, PayPal, credit or debit card, or Apple Pay. And don't forget to tick the box for gift aid if you're a UK taxpayer. The crisis cannot have failed to move you, as the news brings us harrowing scenes of what's happening, both in Ukraine but also to the thousands of people forced to flee their country. For us, the story's a little closer to home, as we have the privilege of working with Olga Direktorenko, the designer behind Paper Discovery, herself a Ukrainian national who has been forced to leave her country. Well, we are elated to say that Olga and her children have now found a safe haven by travelling across Europe. We want to raise as much money as possible for Olga, her countrymen and women, so please give what you can. Your donations will be so appreciated. Thank you. So you can donate as little as £2. And what we are suggesting is, if you have an amount in mind that you would love to donate to this, maybe split that into smaller segments so that you can donate throughout the day, because every time you make a donation, you will be in the hat to win a giveaway for that period of time. Now, that's not even an hour. We've had so many crafters come back to us and say they want to be involved. We initially thought we'd give each crafter an hour, and we were hoping to maybe be able to get 12 people together. In the end, we've got about 18 crafters. I'm saying about because I keep forgetting there were people adding and then people had to unfortunately drop out. But I think most people, it comes to about 18 people, different crafters. So you've already seen Sam Calcott, you've seen Lou Withers, you've seen John next door, John Lockwood there. Next, we have another fabulous guest. And if you are donating between now and the next kind of 35 to 40 minutes, you are going to be in with winning another prize. So as I said in that video, you can donate and you can pay through Apple Pay, PayPal, bank transfer, credit and debit card. There's lots of different ways. You can, of course, donate anonymously on the Just Giving page. The link is below, by the way, in the comments. We've got it all over our social media as well on Craft Stash, so it's easy to find. Or you can go onto Just Giving and just type in Craft Stash in the search bar and you will find us really easily. But if you are donating anonymously, obviously we won't be able to shout out your name to be one of our winners. So even if you don't want to put your full name, please write something in the name box so that you know that you are one of the winners and you can tell us that's you when we call you out. Okay, I'd love to welcome our next fabulously talented guest. We've got the lovely Sarah Gray from Funky Fossil joining us now. Sarah, how are you?
Hi Lou, I'm very well. How are you?
Very well, thank you too. Thank you for joining. Thank you so much for giving up your time today as well. You, amongst many others, just jumped straight in there and you were like, yes, what can I do to help? And we are so grateful.
Absolutely. Well, I've already had a fantastic morning watching the demo. So I was saying to Steve, my husband, that I was feeling quite nervous actually doing something alongside proper crafters.
You're a proper crafter. You are one of those. We are extremely grateful to you, to everybody today for joining us, of course. We're doing a giveaway I was just talking about. this is, I believe, the Dreaming of Japan stamp set.
Yeah,
do you have the bits to hand? Because we're looking
at
a total of over 45, nearly £46 worth here.
Yeah.
So
we've got
what do we have here?
a new release, and I just wanted to kind of put as much of a collection together as possible. So whoever wins it will have everything they need to create kind of cards or journal pages. So we've got a paper pad, Shibori paper pad, an A5 stamp set, a die set, some enamel dots and some washi tape. So
Absolutely
lots of fun
beautiful.
to be had.
That is amazing. I love those colours. You've stuck with the blue colours as well.
I have.
And I can see you've got a sunflower. Would you like to give us a quick, before I just do an update, would you like to give us a quick overview of what you're going to be crafting for the next sort of 40 minutes or so? Absolutely.
Well, I am, as you can see, hopefully on the screen, hopefully I'm relatively in focus.
Perfect.
Good. Is I'm going to be using our sunflower stencil as you've already seen a number of different variations on the sunflower this morning. I'm going to go with a straightforward sunflower card with the sunflower as the focal point, a die cut sentiment that will pop in the centre, and time allowing, I've got a bit of a kind of stamped and inky background to add behind the sunflower as well. So a nice bright fresh card in the yellows and blues, but I've got my yellow's probably a bit more on the gold side.
That it doesn't matter, does it? You know, the sentence there, we understand that the yellow and blue is for the Ukrainian flag. I'm just going to do a very quick update before you get started. So on our Just Giving page, we started off at 8 o'clock this morning with 0. We are now at 10 past 10, £1,798. We're almost at 1,800. We've already increased our target twice. So it's absolutely fantastic.
Superb.
We can't thank everyone enough. That is the people donating, and of course the crafters giving their time to make this an extra special day. So are you ready to give us a crafting extravaganza for the next 35 minutes or so? I'll give you a time check in a little while.
Well, extravaganza might be pushing it a bit, Lou, but I'll make a card.
It'll be wonderful. I look forward to this. I'm going to pass over to you.
All right, lovely, thank you. And it is fantastic to see such a wonderful generosity, and also generosity for all the crafters who are viewing as well, because I've seen some fantastic comments and chat as well already this morning, encouraging everybody as we go on. So what I'm going to do is use our sunflower stencil. It's quite a large kind of focal point stencil, and as you'll see already, I've got it taped down to my kind of craft mat with some masking tape, and I've already, on the card base that I'm going to be using, used some washi tape across the middle of the card, and also just masked off, just using some kind of masking sheet, a round circle which is going to effectively block the centre of our sunflower. And the reason for, there is method to my madness, she says, is the reason is I'm going to go over this with some embossing paste, and that will give us a kind of clear central point on our stenciled image where we can then add our sentiment and go from there. So I'm going to use some gold embossing paste over the stencil. I have got one already done and prepared, you'll be relieved to know, because obviously embossing paste takes a little bit of time to dry, and I typically am quite heavy-handed with my embossing paste, so I do like to put it on nice and thick, so that always adds to the drying time. And I'm just going to literally put some on at the top of the stencil and pull it down with my palette knife. And this is going to, and I'm quite relaxed about this because I know I've got one made already, so if I do end up with an embossing paste disaster, I can retrieve the situation. But it's actually just, as you'll often hear people say, it's just like buttering toast, and you just take any of the excess off the stencil, and hopefully if we lift this up, the nice thing about this is we've got the flap there, we've got everything's taped down, so if I was concerned about what I'd got or felt I needed to touch up in any areas, I would be able to put the stencil back down. But I have got the image that I need here. And I'm just, if you just excuse me 1 second, I'm just going to pop it in a tray of water behind me to make sure that this paste doesn't dry on the stencil, because obviously that's the one thing. I'm not, like John, I'm not the best for kind of tidying up or cleaning as I go with and stencils particularly. If I'm using inks or acrylic paints, I don't typically clean my stencils between uses, but texture paste is the one thing that you do want to get off that stencil. And our dog was very confused this morning when I put the water down. He thought I was putting something out for him to drink, so I've had to shut the door to keep him out. So we've got this, and you can see I've now put texture paste over the washi tape and the masked circle. And so what I'm going to do is lift, while the paste is still wet, just lift and just lifting this up almost kind of vertically. So trying not to disturb any of the paste that we've got down on our main image. And we've got that central area now that is nice and clear for us to work in. And one of the things that I like to do, just to make sure I'm central there, one of the things I like to do with embossing paste, because obviously it gives you a fab texture already and you've got that nice rich colour from the gold, is to actually sprinkle some embossing glitters or embossing powders into the paste itself. And with our sunflower, I thought this would be a nice way of almost kind of adding a bit of depth and a bit of shading around the centre of the flower itself. So what I've got here, I think I've got some burnt toffee, fab name, embossing glitter, and almost as if I was garnishing a salad or a meal, I'm just taking the embossing powder, embossing glitter between my fingers and sprinkling it just around the inner circle of this stenciled image. And of course the embossing paste is wet. The embossing glitter or powder, whatever you're using, will settle into it nicely, almost be embedded in it, and you've got that added texture and a little bit of variation of colour. Now what you can do as well is, once that paste is dry, you could then heat the embossing powder and get that kind of the melted effect of it. But equally, sometimes I just leave it there embedded in, you could do the same with glitter or other any other kind of mediums that you want to try and kind of put into your embossing paste while it's still wet and still kind of acting almost as a bit of a glue. So I'm adding a little bit of the darker brown here, and when I flip this card over, obviously the excess powder that is sitting here will be decanted off.
That's such a good effect.
It is a lovely one, just to kind of bring a bit of variation of colour into the paste itself.
I love that. I love, obviously you've then got that matte texture and that grittiness, that grain about it as well.
Yes, and of course the centre of the sunflower's got that kind of graininess to it, hasn't it?
Yeah, sorry, all the seeds. I'll just do a quick update while I've interrupted you. £1,883. We have increased the next target to 2,000, and we're already at 94% of that. Now, bear in mind, we were hoping to get to 2,000 within. No, we were hoping to get to 500 initially within the first 2 hours. So we've just done 2 hours 20 minutes and we've increased that already to 2,000. So that's how well everyone is doing today already. So long may it continue, and thank you so much, everyone.
That's amazing. That is amazing. So thank you. And as you were saying, Lou, the Just Giving will stay open, won't it? I think all day tomorrow as well. So for anybody who doesn't manage to catch
Yes, so we're going to keep the Just Giving page open. Obviously, people at the moment are donating, many of you with a view, of course, to then also win a giveaway. We won't have giveaways after. So it's 9:30 tonight we're finishing.
Wow.
Sam will be taking you for the last couple of hours through to then. But after that, you'll be able to come back to YouTube and watch any of these demonstrations again. But you'll also be able to continue giving via Just Giving. So please do share this link with all of your friends and your family. And I will be giving a complete overview of the total in my live on Friday lunchtime.
Fantastic. Well, I don't know whether John will still be up at 9:30, given he started crafting at 6 o'clock this morning. Well, we'll have to see, won't we? So what I've got, I've got both of the different sunflowers on the mat here. So here's the one that I did last night that is dried. Now you'll see on this one, obviously there's lots of embossing powder here. I let that just sit there until the paste is dry, because once it's dry, obviously there's nothing here to hold this embossing powder. You can just brush it off, but I don't typically attempt that while the paste is still we're still wet, because that's when I get all kinds of smears and smudges. So don't worry if you do this and you think, well, it's sticking where I don't want it. It will just come away from the bits without any embossing paste holding it down. So, and actually I will show you as well. I got very carried away last night, and here's a yellower version of the sunflower that I did. So, you know, again, you could go with a much brighter yellow than the gold that I've opted for. So lots of ways to bring colour into your sunflowers. So what I've done is, now that this sunflower, this is the dry one, I'll take the wet one off screen, is I'm going to go back in now and add a little bit of colour in the centre. So I've just reapplied a little bit of washi tape across the middle, because I don't want the whole of this centre to be covered with ink. I do want somewhere for the eye to rest in relation to having my sentiment. So I'm just going to go in with some fairly light colour around this centre, and I'm using some antique linen, some of the paler of the distress oxides to do that. And this is just going to give me a little bit of a grounding. So ultimately you can see that it is a flower. So adding that in the middle, and then we can go back in. And the joy of having texture paste is, of course, it's so easy for you to reposition your stencil, because it's going to sit back into the grooves of the paste, the texture that you've created with the paste. And we'll add a little bit more of that central detail from the stencil. Again, with the washi tape in place, so we've still got a bit of a masked area there that will stay white. And I'm wanting to keep this fairly light in the centre, because, as I say, I've got a sentiment that I don't want to have to fight with the image behind it. But by adding a little bit of base colour before I put the stenciling on the top, then we're just helping that sunflower to take shape. So we'll lift this bit of washi tape from the middle, and there you can see you've still got your area there for a sentiment. And what I've done to create the sentiment for this card is I've used the word love. I've used some dies that we have for that, and I've die cut it several times out of a dark blue card. I don't know if it looks blue or black on the screen for yourselves, but I've die cut it 3 or 4 times. It's one of the things I really love to do with sentiments, to give them that little bit of added oomph, so I've adhered them together to give me a bit more dimension. And I've also added, and I don't know again whether you can see that, but I've added some gold card behind it to create a bit of a drop shadow. So
we can see that. Yeah, lovely.
See that?
Yeah, gorgeous.
It's the camera's a bit high up for me, so I have to stand on tiptoe to see what you can see.
So just a quick update while you're gluing that down. We've just gone past the 1900 mark. It's phenomenal. It's amazing that you just keep giving everybody crafters. I know we'll have crafters joining us all day long at different times, but you know, just as I said, it's a good idea if you do have an amount in mind that you're happy to donate, maybe split that into 2 or 3 payments and reserve it for the lives, the scheduled segments that you may want to win the prizes from. Obviously, we tell you about the prize, the giveaway at the beginning of each section, and then maybe choose to donate then. And that way, your donation we will still get, of course, but it will be spread across. And you'll get a chance of maybe winning an extra prize, which is just a little something. And very often these prizes have been donated by the crafters themselves, which we are so grateful for.
That's a top tip, Lou, that as you say, spreading your donations over the course of the day. I think that's great.
Well, just giving will allow you to donate as little as £2 at a time.
That's fantastic. And as you say, every amount, as we've seen already this morning, every amount adds up to those big totals. So I'm just adding some enamel dots on either side of my sentiment to kind of, again, just bring that up, that line that I've got there with the sentiment just into focus, so you can see there that nice central line across the front of the card. Now I'm assuming, Lou, I'm okay for time in terms of doing the background as well.
Absolutely, we still have about 20 minutes.
Oh
if
my
you can
goodness!
Fit it.
I'm not as prepared as John. I don't have another 5 cards that I can do.
I'm sure anything you can do will be gratefully received.
Well, what I wanted to do is obviously when my typical thing when I do a focal point is to obviously matte it onto a darker colour just to frame the image, and I'm going to be popping it onto a background like this. And so what I wanted to show you with the background is how shonky it looks, because I think one of the things that I often forget with my backgrounds is only that little bit around the outer edges is going to be seen. So we can add some stamping and colour behind the sunflower here, and I'll go back in with the antique linen around the edges, because I'm kind of, because I've got gold on my sunflower, I didn't want to bring in anything too strong as a yellow, so I'm going to go with some antique linen and some scattered straw for the stamping. And as always, when you're doing something like this, just remember it's the edges that are going to be visible. So in terms of inks and how much time you spend, you know, work from the outside in, and don't worry about your workings out being on display, because it will all get hidden by that focal point. And it's just so easy just to get a bit of ink around the edge. And of course, this is always a perfect way of making sure that everything that you do is perfectly coordinated, because, you know, by using the same colours on the outside that I've got on my sunflower, I'm creating my own colour palette for this card. So I've got that just around the edges, and then we'll add our stamping. I'm just thinking, actually, I'm looking at it thinking maybe I ought to add a bit of the antique linen just around the edges of this focal point as well, just so it doesn't look too stark when we matte it onto the blue.
I love when crafters kind of change their mind or add bits in midway through a project, because of course you've planned this to a point, ready for us today, but to see the crafting process in your mind, say, oh, actually I'll do that. I always love that. Yeah. I think that's really it's a really nice insight for other crafters to see that we're not always 100% set on something or prepared all the time.
No. And I was going to say, quite often I do like to kind of have a bit of a prep. Obviously when I'm using things like paste, I do things in advance to have that drying time, but it's very rarely that my first card is the one that I end up doing as a demo, because every time you make a card you think, oh, I could have done that differently. Or
absolutely.
So yeah, I think you're right. It's even when we talk about batch making, I'm sure lots of you watching will think you very rarely make lots of exactly the same card, because you always start to mix it up or change things as you go.
Yeah, definitely, all the time. I'll just do a quick update. We're at £1,927, everybody. We're only £73 off of reaching 2,000. It's phenomenal. Ooh. Amazing. Thank you.
£2,000 in while I'm on, that'd be fab. So I'm going to go with an A7. It's a background stamp, so it's quite, you know, quite a decent sized stamp. And if I was going for something perfect in terms of my stamping, I'd probably use a platform to do it. But again, I'm very conscious. All I'm really wanting is to break up and have some texture around the edges of my card. That being said, I always then struggle to just not do the whole thing. So and of course I am stamping with Distress Oxide, which stamps well, but isn't as good as something like, you know, VersaFines, etc., in terms of the crispness of the image you'll get, which is fine for what I'm doing here. And I'm putting most of the pressure around these edges because, again, that's what I'm looking to capture. And when you've got a background stamp like this, I'll show you again in a second, it doesn't matter about lining it up absolutely perfectly, because somebody's going to have to be pretty forensic to kind of look at the joins. That's not what they're going to, hopefully, they're going to be really kind of mainly focused on your focal point and the main feature of the card. So as long as there's a similar pattern around the back of the card, they're not going to see where there are join marks. So again, not to worry too much about getting that perfectly lined up. You know, got a little bit of an overlap there, but once I've got my card front on
you won't see it, will you?
You won't.
No.
I think sometimes we can kind of fixate a little bit on that because we're looking at it and we're spending time making it, but once you put it all together, the overall effect will do what you want it to do.
Absolutely.
So I say, I'm just going around the edges here, not worrying about this central area. It's got quite bright in here. Am I look like I'm basking in sunshine in Leeds?
It does actually. I'm very jealous because I'm looking out of a window at the moment and we have grey skies and rain.
Oh no.
I just felt a little bit sorry for the postman I saw walking past actually.
Getting drenched. It's so we've been spoiled, haven't we, by the lovely weather we had recently. So
well, many of you know, I was moving house at the weekend and we did it with snowfall and wind and sleet and hail, everything you could possibly get in one or 2 days. But we did the week before that was glorious, wasn't it? I thought spring was here.
It was, exactly. I say we get spoiled and think that's it. I didn't realise you moved house at the weekend. It will go smoothly.
Yes, it did, absolutely. A bit too smoothly. I'm still waiting to find out what we've forgotten or not, or packed in the loft that shouldn't have been packed in. You know, there's always something, isn't there?
Oh, bless. Oh, good. Yeah. I'm glad it goes smoothly because it can be quite stressful, can't it? So.
Yeah. Luckily, I deal with stress reasonably well. So we are up to £1,935. So we only have £65 to reach that 2,000 mark. Thank you so much. If you're donating even as little as £2 while Sarah's crafting, if you're just joining us, this is Sarah from Funky Fossil, as you can see in the top corner. So Sarah has offered a fantastic prize. We are looking at nearly £46 worth of gorgeous Funky Fossil products that she is going to send out to one of you donating. And like I say, I keep saying, from as little as £2. We have 18 crafting segments. You can donate just £2 in each one of those if you want to. And for each of those, we do have a prize to give away. I'm going to move out of the way so people can see what you're doing.
Are you in my shot, Lou? What I'm actually doing here is, and hopefully we'll be able to pick it up as we go, is adding a little bit of luscious powders, so some kind of mica pearls, and obviously there are lots of different micas out there, so I'm sure you may have some in your stash. One of the joys of the distress inks, as we all know, is they stay a bit kind of wetter for a bit longer, so this will catch and grab the mica. So I'm just dabbing it around the edges, and it will be a very subtle finish, but again, it's another of those things where there'll just be a bit of gold catches your eye, which, given we've got the kind of gold paste on the sunflower itself, will again tie the background to the focal point. So it's just a really nice way of adding a little bit of glimmer and a little bit of additional texture to your background. And what I'm doing is dabbing the mica on with a kind of soft brush, because I mean it shouldn't do at this point, but of course if you do kind of move the brush too vigorously, you might just smear your stamping a little bit, because it's, as I say, we're working with the damp properties of the distress ink. So say that could well have been invisible to the naked eye, but I can see it here. And I'll just
we can see that.
Can you see that glimmer? So if I'll show you in the one that I've finished, but hopefully if I just lift that up to the light a little bit, you can just see how it's added a bit of a warm glow to the edges of the background. So it's then a very straightforward matter. Let me just wipe that mica away. It's a very straightforward card to put together. I'll just put a bigger dark blue matte on the card base itself. We'll just add a little bit of the background that I'd already stamped and made last night, but again you can see I've still got that mica on there. And I think it should, it's one thing I was going to check, I think it should stay put, because I think it's got a binder in it, but if ever you're worried or you've got a lot of it on your card, you could always spray it with a fixative or cheap hairspray or whatever it is, just to kind of ensure you don't have it all kind of rubbing off. But I don't typically have that kind of a problem with it.
If that's okay with you, Sarah, I just want to jump in and just mention something whilst you're sticking that down. As many of you know, the lovely Claire Rowlands works with us on Daisy May Designs. Unfortunately, she's been a little bit under the weather, so she's not able to join us today, and she does dearly wish she could. But she has just commented on one of the, I'm assuming this is over on YouTube. Her son was actually living out in Ukraine for 5 years. He did get back recently, but he's now gone back over to help with everything going on. So as we say, it's surprising, isn't it, how close it is to so many people's hearts. So this is obviously for Olga, for Claire and her son, and for everyone else who's affected by this today. So thank you for joining us, Claire. We hope you're feeling much, much better very soon.
Yeah, I hope you're feeling better, Claire. And that's fantastic. My sister-in-law and her family, they with work, they live out in that part of Europe, and they're currently taking in quite a few kind of people from the Ukraine who are having to leave their homes just as a kind of temporary stopgap, and then getting them into something a bit longer term. So yeah, I think where people can, they are doing everything in their power, aren't they?
Absolutely, definitely. You've all, so far today, everyone's been absolutely amazing, and long may it continue until 9:30 this evening and beyond. We'll keep the Just Giving page open for a while yet.
Oh, I'll have it on all day, and I'm looking forward to your paint pouring.
Yeah, that'll be interesting. I love paint pouring. I have done it before. I've just not done it for maybe a couple of months now. But I must admit, if you're watching today and you're thinking, well, is there going to be lots of card making? I'm not really a card maker. We've got a little bit of everything for you today. So things like paint pouring. We've already had scrapbooking in there. We've had the moodling, the doodling from Lou Withers. We've obviously got beautiful cards from John and from Sarah, and lots more to come. Next is going to be Christina Griffiths after Sarah. She's going to be joining us.
So there we go, Lou. You're probably going to tell me I've got another 20 minutes to fill, but this is the card that I've made. I've added a little bit of
brilliant timing. We've just got a few more minutes, so absolutely ideal. Could we that's a stunning card. Sorry, that is an absolutely beautiful card. I'm not going to skip over that or make light of it. It is so pretty. It really is. So could we just have a look at that prize that is going to be winging its way to somebody? And I do have, which I'm really excited about, I do have a winner's name now.
Ooh. So yeah, papers, dies, stamps,
gorgeous.
washi. Lots of
absolutely beautiful. They are stunning and still keeping in that blue theme as well. So let me just find the winner's name. We've got the lovely Hilary sitting in the background. So there's myself and Sam Calcott taking you through almost as hosts today for this big craftathon over 12 hours. We're actually looking at 13 and a half hours of live crafting today. It's just easier to say 12 hours. But Sam and I will be taking you through that. But in the background, there's lots of other people working hard. In particular, Hilary is sitting and choosing winners from all of your donations, so thank you to her. She has chosen one for Sarah's segment, so thank you, Sarah. And the winner of this lovely prize here is going to Natalie Washbrook. Well done to you, Natalie.
well done, Natalie.
So Natalie said over on the Just Giving page, loving the demonstrations. It's wonderful that our craft community can come together and hopefully make a difference to people whose lives have been so cruelly destroyed. That is so true. That sums it up perfectly. So Natalie and anyone else whose names I've read out, please do email customerservice@craftstash.co.uk. That's customer service without an S on the end, not customer services. Customer service at craftstash.co.uk. Send us your postal address. Let the people know there. Well, they will forward that to us anyway, but let them know that you are one of the winners from the Big Craftathon, and we will send those details to Sarah so she can send that out to you. Sarah, I've got to thank you again.
No problem. It's been a joy.
Absolutely wonderful. What will you be doing for the rest of your day?
I will be watching and commenting along because I just love seeing what everyone does. I've already picked up great tips, so I'll be learning from all the experts. And other than that, I'll be probably cutting a few stencils along the way.
Fabulous. Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so we will see you again very, very soon. Thank you to yourself, the Funky Fossil, for the prize as well, and take care and have a fantastic day. And thank you for being here to raise so much more money. In fact, actually, while you're on, I didn't think about this. I can do a quick update, can't I? We are at £1,991.
Oh,
another £9 and we will reach the 2,000 target.
2,000.
Well, to put that into context, we were hoping to reach £500 by 10 o'clock this morning. It's 40 minutes past 10 and we're at 1,991. So, I mean, that's absolutely incredible anyway, isn't it?
It is awesome. So thank you to everybody. Keep watching and have a wonderful day all.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Sarah.
No problem. I'll see you soon, lovely.
Take care. Bye-bye. The fantastic Sarah Gray from Funky Fossil there. Thank you all for joining us for the Big Craftathon. We are doing 13 and a half hours of crafting today non-stop. We're having a 1 minute break in between just to remind you why we're doing this, and then we're straight back into demonstrations. I have got 2 crafting queens coming up over the next sort of hour and a half or so. The first one is going to be Christina Griffiths. I can see her waiting. She's sitting in the green room as such, waiting to come on and wow us with some fantastic paper crafting again, as always. But let's just take a look first of all at why we are all doing this today. Thank you so much for joining us today in our Big Craftathon in aid of the DEC Ukraine Humanitarian Appeal. 44 million Ukrainians find themselves in a situation that is unthinkable and urgently need help from the global community. While we think that there may be little we can do that is of direct and practical help, we can assist the DEC Humanitarian Appeal by using our craft to raise money to provide shelter, food and water to people fleeing the conflict. So we'd like your help by sitting back and watching some wonderful crafters who have given up their time to provide you with hours of crafting entertainment. And all we ask in return is that you donate what you can via our Just Giving account, so we can raise as much money as possible for this amazing humanitarian appeal. Just Giving is easy. Simply use the link provided to donate the amount you wish. You can pay by bank transfer, PayPal, credit or debit card or Apple Pay. And don't forget to tick the box for gift aid if you're a UK taxpayer. The crisis cannot have failed to move you, as the news brings us harrowing scenes of what's happening both in Ukraine but also to the thousands of people forced to flee their country. For us, the story's a little closer to home, as we have the privilege of working with Olga Direktorenko, the designer behind Paper Discovery, herself a Ukrainian national who has been forced to leave her country. Well, we are elated to say that Olga and her children have now found a safe haven by travelling across Europe. We want to raise as much money as possible for Olga, her countrymen and women, so please give what you can. Your donations will be so appreciated. Thank you. So that's exactly what we are doing today, raising as much money as possible for the DEC Ukraine Humanitarian Appeal. Thank you so much for your donations, and I am really thrilled to announce we have just surpassed the 2,000 mark. Now, we never would have dreamed that we could ask for £2,000 from you wonderful donators in the first few hours, but we have been on for 2 3/4 hours so far, and we've already raised that much. We are on for 13.5 hours in total today, so let's see how much we can make. Now, we are asking for a donation for each segment to allow you to win a prize. Now, we're not saying donate in each segment, of course not. Please just spare whatever you can. Anything is a fantastic help. But if you have an amount that you've got in mind that you'd like to donate, then maybe consider splitting that into smaller sections. You can give as little as £2 at a time on Just Giving. And every time you donate, that is going to allow you to be in the hat to win the prize that that particular crafter crafting at the time is offering. So to do that, please do make sure you're not using an anonymous account. So please do put a name, even if you want to put Donald Duck or something, so you know that you are the winner. Otherwise, if we call anonymous, it could be many of you. So please do use some form of name so we know who you are. Now, I think it's time for me to introduce the first crafting queen of the day. Now, this is a much cleaner crafting queen than the next one we've got coming along, the lovely Christina Griffiths. I am so happy to have her with us. Christina, welcome, and thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for asking me. It's a real pleasure.
You're more than welcome. You really are. It's lovely to see your face. I've not seen you for a couple of weeks. How have you been?
I'm very well, thank you. But this is a surprise because I thought you were just going straight to my hands.
No. Well, I saw your
so
lovely
I've got
face.
no lipstick on.
No, you're fine. We'll flip you around in a minute if you want to. I can do a little bit. So would you like me to fill everybody in on the prize that we're giving away whilst you turn your camera around?
Yes, you can do that, yes.
I will do that. Lovely. Thank you so much. We'll see you in a little while. So Christina is just going to get her camera set up ready for crafting. We have got, this is a really special giveaway for the next, let me just check the timings. I've got them all here. Check the timings. So Christina is going to be on for a full 40, oh, let me see, 50, 40, 35 minutes. 35 minutes she's going to be crafting along for those 35 minutes from now until Christina has finished her segment. If you donate in that time, you're going to be in with a chance of winning a brand new collection from Card Making Magic, of course, designed by Christina Griffiths, that's not been seen before. In fact, it's not launching until next week, and you will be one of the first ones with your hands on it. Now, as much as £2 is all that is needed to be in with a chance of winning. So if you can spare that, please do. If you go over to our Just Giving page, that is linked below. It's also on our Craft Stash Facebook page. It will be written on our Instagram. It will be on our blog as well. And in fact, talking about our blog, www.craftstash.co.uk/inspiration. The blog has a schedule of everything that's going to be happening today. Okay, so if you're maybe keeping your eye out for a particular craft, or maybe you've only got an hour to spare watching us today and you want to see who's going to be about, go and see the schedule there and you'll see who's joining us. There are some huge names, there really are. I've been so fortunate with the crafters that I've got already, but I've seen the lineup, and Sam and I are both very lucky to be working with these people today. Thank you again for all of you watching, to all of you viewers. Now, Christina Griffiths, I'm going to bring you back in, and to be honest, you're taking the floor. So by all means, go ahead and craft. You have about 35 minutes and we're really going to enjoy this.
Okay, Lou, this is nerve-wracking. It really is. Now, this is a card that I added to my blog earlier this week, and it's in support of the Ukraine, which is what we're doing this appeal for. But today, I'm hoping now to make 2 cards with the sunflowers on them. So what I'm doing is I'm using a really old die that I found in my crafting stash. And I've had this for years, but it makes really big flowers. So let's start at the beginning. The first thing we're going to do is we're going to make 5x7 cards exactly the same size as this. Okay, so for each of these now, I'm going to be using the colour scheme of the Ukrainian flag. Now, it may not be the correct shades, but it's still blue and yellow, and my bases are white. So for each of my, let me just get them, for each of my backgrounds, I've got a yellow layer and a blue layer. And they're just going to sit on my card, so they will be glued in place. Now for this one, I'll move this one out of the way. So for this one, we're going to use some washi tape. So I have another layer that will sit just in there, and I'm just going to cover this with some washi tape. Now it's got a backing on it, this washi tape, so it's you have to pick it off. So let's just see where the backing is. There we go. So I'm just going to pop that over the edge and stick that down and cut the end off with my scissors. And then we'll marry the seam up and we'll add that there, and we'll keep going till we've covered all the sheet, all the piece of card.
That is a beautiful washi tape.
It is, it's gorgeous, isn't it?
It's absolutely stunning. We're at the moment, Christina, we have already raised this morning £2,047.
Do you know, that is absolutely amazing. I did think that your £500 was perhaps a little low, but people have more than excelled in what they've done, and it's absolutely amazing.
Well, it's still early days yet because we've got quite a lot of hours still to continue.
Yeah. Set your sights a bit higher, Lou, and aim for
3,000.
Yeah, and I'm sure you'll exceed that.
Do you think? Well, let's hope so. But your amazing prize, we are looking at the brand new collection, which is Butterfly Trails. It's not launching until next week, so that's a fantastic prize because you'll have it before anyone else. It's worth over £100.
Now, can I just tell you, because I had a little bit of white left over there, I've just trimmed that off. So that's going to sit on there. So let's just glue all these together.
Okay, love the colours, the blue and yellow. I think it's not a colourway that I would have necessarily used before.
So we'll pop that on there. We'll pop this on here. And do try and make sure it's straight, not like mine, wonky. I'll have to take that off, that's gone really wonky now. Let's try it again with some glue.
That's a good glue to be able to do that.
You're very quiet, Lou, I can hardly hear you.
Not to worry.
Right, that's better. See, this is what you do when you're nervous.
Christine has no need to be nervous at
I'm
all.
always nervous, Lou, when they're like this. You know I am.
I know you are.
So now we're going to stick this on, and we're going to add this with some foam tape. So we'll just pop that behind there. I get nervous doing things like this, and then I start to rush, and then I find out that, you know, I've got like 40 minutes left and I don't know how to do it all.
Yeah, I'm sorry, you've got a little while still.
You will let me know, won't you, when I'm
I will. Yeah, I will stay here. Hopefully you can hear me okay, but I will stay here in the background. So I'll keep you updated. I'll keep everyone updated with the amount that we've raised.
Okay.
And we are looking at you finishing in, you've got about half an hour, 30 minutes.
Now, as you can see, I've taken one of my sunflowers from the back of this yellow card. But once this is in place, nobody is going to know that that's been removed.
No.
So
lovely.
that's one card background done with the washi tape. And this one, we're going to do some stenciling on. Now, I've got a sun ray stencil, and I'm going to use some paler yellow card on there. So I'm going to add my stencil to my card, or my card to my stencil, whichever way around you want to say it. And I'm going to just take that in place. Oh, Ruby's just come in. She's just gone into her bed.
Oh, do we get to hear her snoring?
You might if you're lucky.
Wow, we've just reached £2,137. Thank you so much, everyone.
Now, this is Blueprint Sketch. So all I'm doing is just rubbing it down the stencil from the centre to the edge. Now, I know it's not big enough for the card, so I'm going to have to do this in 2 portions.
Okay.
So I've put some copy paper under there so that I don't have lines everywhere. But we'll just add this now onto this.
That's a lovely stencil.
It is a pretty stencil. I can't even remember what it's called. It's called, I can't even read it, Lou. It's Sun Rays.
Sun rays. I think there's a few like that about, isn't there?
Yes, there are. There are a lot. So once you've done half of it, take your stencil off, turn your card round and pop your stencil back on.
Okay.
The other way. So we'll just stick that back in place on there, and I'm going to put my paper back over the stenciling that I've just done. So we'll have that lined up with the sun bit there in the middle, and we'll tape it down again so that it stays in place. So
some people are saying that they miss.
So we'll pop our paper back in so that we don't mess up all this at the bottom, and we're going to continue with our sun rays. Now, it might overlap in the middle, but once you get your flowers in place, you won't see it, so don't worry about that.
Lovely. Some people are saying that they've missed other crafters today already because we got them on early. Don't worry, all of these videos will be available to watch back on YouTube. They'll remain there for a long time, and the Just Giving page is also going to remain open until Friday.
Yeah, if you've missed anything, you need to go back and watch it, because there are some amazing demonstrations and some amazing demonstrators showing you what to do. Now, as I said, it will be a bit messy in the middle, but don't worry, that won't show once you get your flower on it.
Lovely.
So now we can add this. Let's just put the lid back on this. We can add this to our card. And that's the background. That's the sun rays coming up to a brighter horizon, which hopefully is what the Ukrainian people will have in the not too distant future.
Absolutely, definitely.
So we'll add this in place. And again, we'll try and keep it level. There we go. Now we've got the backgrounds done, let's try and make some flowers. So we'll clean this up. Now for my flowers, I'm going to make my sunflowers. And as I said, I've used 3 different colours of card. So each time I've cut my flowers out, I've cut my leaves out, and I've cut my centres out. Now I did my centres, they just come out of the middle of there as you cut this out. But looking at pictures of sunflowers, the centres are brown. So I've cut some brown ones instead. Now what I'm going to do is stack these up together just to give them a little bit more height. So we'll just add some glue in there, and we'll add this in place along there, and we'll do the same with this one. Now to get some colour into those flowers, we're going to pop them back into the die. So we're going to add this to the die, and then we'll turn it over and lay it down flat. Now I've got some rusty hinge. So I've cut lots and lots of these flower petals because I need them for my card. So cut as many as you can, and then we're going to just add some ink into the petals. And it keeps popping out the die, so let's just get it back in.
Just while you're doing that, I'll just remind people that if they are donating between now or when you started crafting, Christina, and when you finish, which is in about 20 minutes time, if you're donating during that period on our Just Giving page, you're going to be in with a chance of winning one of Christina's brand new paper craft collections that hasn't even been released yet. It's not launching until next week, which is really exciting. And that's worth over £100.
That is an absolutely fabulous set. And I've got lots of videos on that set for people to see.
Lovely. Yeah, I'm excited. I've seen it. It's beautiful.
I've done lots of cards with it. It's such an unusual set, and there's lots of things you can do with it.
Lovely. So some lucky winner is going to get that. Well, not today.
Right, so once I've got my flower, my colour in the petals, I'm just going around the edges.
Okay.
And I'm going to do this with every one that I cut.
So how many layers have you cut?
Oh, let me show you. Lots and lots and lots.
Oh, wow.
Absolutely lots. Because I like my flowers to be as full as I can make them.
Yes.
And so obviously the more layers you get, the more full your flower will be. Now I've also got some gold paste here. So, and a little finger dauber. So all I'm going to do, just around the edge of this now, is just add in a little touch of gold. And that just adds a little bit of sparkle to the edge of the petals. So I'm going to do that with all the one. I've done it with all of those. So I'm just doing it with these now so that you can see what I've done.
Lovely. So we are up to £2,245, everybody. We've again increased the target on Just Giving to now 2,500. Because if we don't increase it, then it will just show that we've gone well over target. We want to keep pushing for as much as we possibly can for such a good cause.
That is amazing. Now with these brown ones, I've popped them back in the die. I've gone over the holes with some mustard seed and a brush, and that will give me the seeds that look like that inside the flower.
Oh, wow.
Now for the leaves, I know the leaves are yellow, but we're going to fit them back inside the die. And then with 2 shades of green and a little brush that will bring the green in, I'm going to the palest colour first, and I'm just going to stroke this down the petals, down the leaves. And then with the darkest one, and I'm not cleaning my brush off, I'm just going straight to the darkest one. I'm just going to add colour to the centre of the leaf. And that's one of the quickest ways you can add some colour to your leaves.
Perfect.
And then again with that, I'm going to take my gold and I'm going to go around the edge of my centre part with the gold edge. Can you just see the gold on it, Lou?
Yes, yes, we can. And to be honest, I never thought about using a finger dauber with, is that like a gilding wax or a polish?
It's a gilding wax. I'm sorry,
I never
my
would have thought
eyesight's
to use
terrible.
I usually use my finger. I don't know why I didn't think about a finger dauber.
Well, I don't like getting too messy, so that's why I've used this.
Clean
Right, so we'll put the
crafter.
lid back on that. Now, once we've got all these petals, we can move these dies out of the way now. Once we've got all these flower petals done, and they're all in the different shades of yellow that I used for my card, I'm going to bring in a flower shaping tool. So I'm going to take, and I've done it with all of them, I'm going to bring in one of the sets and I'm just going to stroke down the edge of the petals and then in towards the centre, and pushing it into the centre curls it up. So this just puts some shape in the end and that brings it in to the middle.
Yeah, Sarah Langley said she also finds a dauber works best for her too.
Yes.
I just like getting messy.
Finger daubers they do save a lot of mess.
If we didn't have an embossing tool like that and the proper foam mat, is there anything else we could use?
You could use a spoon. You could use you can just curl it with your fingers if you wish, but you need to mind that you don't rip the petals. Yeah. So all I'm doing is just running my nails down it, and it doesn't give as much shape, but it does give some definition to the petals. Okay. Lovely. So once I've done that, now I can stack my colours up in the way that I want them, and I'm going to offset each set of the petals. So around my edge there now, I'm going to just add some glue.
Sorry, everybody. I'm just putting this in. Catherine Phillips, how do we donate from the States? It's really easy, Catherine. Simply go to the same Just Giving page. You can donate in any currency, in your own currency. So you don't have to worry about only being able to donate in pounds. Any issues with that, let us know. But hopefully you should be fine. So the link is below.
So you can see, Lou, now that with the different shades of yellow and the ink and the gold,
gorgeous,
that's made a really pretty flower. And I'm going to put this last one on the top. Now if you want more definition in your petals, so again I'm just offsetting them. Again, if you want more definition in your petals, wait until it's dry a little bit and then take your ball tool and just push it underneath the petals. And that will just raise them up a little bit more to give some shape.
That is so pretty. Do you know what? We've had people donating from Australia, from Western Australia, from someone else said they donated from over in America as well. We're worldwide, Christina.
We certainly are. I have a lot of people come onto my blog from America and Australia, and they leave me some lovely comments.
Fantastic.
Okay, now then we'll pop this onto this. So we'll use the leaves that we've got, and these are the ones that I've edged in gold. Now you see what I mean about the centre? It won't show once you get your flower in place.
Yes.
So we'll pop that there. we'll hide the flower along there.
Gorgeous.
And we'll put this brown centre in the middle, and we'll add that on with some foam pads.
Just to give you a time check, Christina, you have about another between 10 and 15 minutes left.
Okay. Well, we've got another card to finish off yet.
Wow.
So let's add some foam behind these. This just gives them a little bit more definition.
Perry Tapman has got this on in the background at work. I hope many of you have got it on in the background, whether you're, I saw someone was hanging their washing out earlier. Sorry, I've forgotten who that was. But people watching from all over the world and doing all sorts of different things.
It's amazing how far crafting goes.
It really is. It reaches so many people, and it's something we can easily do to make a difference and to help.
It does.
So
I've been into crafting now for quite a few years, and my first foray into crafting was with a well-known company whose dies I used to demonstrate on Create and Craft.
Mm-hmm.
And the person that got me into crafting, into die cutting, is coming up next, and that's Sheena.
Hey, I don't know if we've not announced it, but you can see the schedule on Just Giving and on the blog. So yes, Sheena Douglas will be up next. And Sheena is new to the crafty family. So I talked about two of the crafting queens. We have Christina, our crafting queen, who is definitely more about the clean. And Sheena is, of course, the complete opposite when it comes to getting a little bit messy, and her love of colour as well.
Now, for this sentiment, Lou, I've used this one, and this was from Apple Blossom, and it's this one here that says, thinking of you. So I've stamped it out, and it gives you 3 different layers, 3 different sentiments. So I've cut one off, and I'm going to add the other one along here. So on the outside, I've put a layer of dies, but on the a layer of foam pads. But on the 2 in the middle, I'm going to add 2 more.
She's back. We lost.
And that's going to sit.
I think we lost Christina there for a moment. I'm not sure if she's there or not. It may just be her connection. But what we'll do is we will just play this little video just to remind you about what we're doing today and why. Thank you so much for joining us today in our Big Craftathon in aid of the DEC Ukraine Humanitarian Appeal. 44 million Ukrainians find themselves in a situation that is unthinkable and urgently need help from the global community. While we think that there may be little we can do that is of direct and practical help, we can assist the DEC Humanitarian Appeal by using our craft to raise money to provide shelter, food and water to people fleeing the conflict. So we'd like your help by sitting back and watching some wonderful crafters who have given up their time to provide you with hours of crafting entertainment. And all we ask in return is that you donate what you can via our Just Giving account so we can raise as much money as possible for this amazing humanitarian appeal. Just Giving is easy. Simply use the link provided to donate the amount you wish. You can pay by bank transfer, PayPal, credit or debit card or Apple Pay. And don't forget to tick the box for gift aid if you're a UK taxpayer. The crisis cannot have failed to move you, as the news brings us harrowing scenes of what's happening both in Ukraine but also to the thousands of people forced to flee their country. For us, the story's a little closer to home, as we have the privilege of working with Olga Direktorenko, the designer behind Paper Discovery, herself a Ukrainian national who has been forced to leave her country. Well, we are elated to say that Olga and her children have now found a safe haven by travelling across Europe. We want to raise as much money as possible for Olga, her countrymen and women, so please give what you can. Your donations will be so appreciated. Thank you. So I think we lost Christine just for a moment, but I'm going to bring her back and hopefully, yes, she's there. Christina, can you hear me?
Hello.
Okay?
Did you lose me?
just for a second, but that's absolutely fine. We've got you back now, so by all means,
well,
please
all I've
carry
done
on.
with this is I explained about the stamp and I've cut it down. So I've used the other thinking of you, which was on the end, and I've used that for the next card. So for the next card, we're going to use the one that was the washi tape background. Now for this, we've got the stamps, the leaves, and I'm just going to add some shape to the leaves. So we'll just bring the ball tool down the leaf, and that just adds some shape, makes it look a little bit puffy. So how are we doing for time, Lou?
So it's nearly 1:15, so we've got just under 10 minutes.
Okay. Now you can add your petals wherever you want. Flowers, all I'm going to do with this is cut them in half, or you can just fold them in half if that's what you want to do. So all we're going to do now is add some glue along here, and this is just going to give another look to your flowers. So we'll glue those together, and again we'll offset the petals at each time. And we'll glue that in place. So we're offsetting the petals and we're offsetting the colours. Now this is why I did a lot of the flowers, because I like lots of depth to my flowers. So we'll add that in there. Now you can carry on adding them in if you wish. Again, bring your ball tool in and just curl up your petals to your flower. And that just gives a nice curve to each of your little petals, which gives a bit of extra dimension to your flowers. So this flower now is going to sit side on your card, and you can add even more petals in there if you wish. And this is one that I did earlier. So again, we can just add this in, make sure it's glued well down. And we can add that side on. And then in the centre, we can add our little brown centre to the flower. So let's glue these in place. So again, we'll use some foam just to raise them up.
Just to do an update for you on the amount that we've raised so far, £2,361. It's absolutely amazing. Amazing. Thank you all so much. We'll be shortly, in the next few minutes, we'll need to pick a winner from the donations during Christina's crafting time. So if you're hoping to be able to win that giveaway of her brand new collection that's not even been seen before, please make sure you get your donation in the next 5 minutes.
So we'll add these leaves along there, and we'll add another one just at the top there to curve around the flower. That's it. So now we're going to push the flower in place, and we'll glue that in along there. And we'll just move that flower a little bit because I don't like where it is on there, that petal, that leaf. So we'll move that further down. We'll add that in there along there. I've got some foam tape underneath this, and this is just going to sit in the centre along there. Now you can add the gold edges to these if you wish, but for this one I haven't bothered. I've got my foam tape on the back. and we'll have the sentiment up there. Now this one has the thinking of you on it, but it also has wishing you strength today. And I've taken that from this stamp set, and all I've done is cut it. I've lost it now. Is there? I've cut it. So you can always join it back together again if you need it. There it is, wishing you strength today and hope for tomorrow. I haven't used the hope for tomorrow bit. I've cut it along there, and I've just stamped that underneath this thinking of you. Do you want me to show you how I did that, Lou? Oh, she's gone again.
Yes, sorry, I forgot you can't hear me if I'm not on the screen.
No.
Yes, absolutely. If you're prepared to do that, Christine, that'd be amazing.
Because I've got a few minutes left yet, haven't I?
You do, yes.
Okay. Right, well, I've taken this. I'll just move them out of the way. I've taken this, the stamping platform. I've got a piece of yellow card. I've popped it into the platform, and I've put my thinking of you sentiment on first. And that's this. Now, in this set, there is also a die that will cut this out for you. So you need to make sure that you get this on the right way to follow the curve. So we'll stamp this down first. And I'm just going to use some black ink. So we'll pick that up with the lid. We'll add our ink to the sentiment, and then we'll just press it down on there. So that's only done me two, because I've cut the other piece off. But this is the bit now that says thinking of you today. I think it does. I can't even see it. So the best thing to do is to stamp it down.
Have you got your glasses on?
Sorry?
Have you got your glasses on?
I have, but they're no good. I've got cataracts, and I've got to get them sorted out. So until I get them sorted out, I'm kind of struggling a bit.
Never mind. Well, hopefully that won't take too long.
Well, anyway, that's how you do it. You get the second piece. Let me get another piece of card. You get the second piece, you fit it underneath. Well, it won't stay in place. Well, I'm not having a lot of success today, Lou.
You've been perfect, Christina.
This says wishing you strength, right? So that then will fit under there. And I won't do it because it's dirty now.
You'll get mucky fingers, and you don't do unclean, do you?
I do. I certainly do. Right, so you fit that under there, and then once you've done that, once you've got it stamped in place, I won't do it because I won't risk doing it wrong. You can then fit your die around this and cut that out. And when you've cut that out, you will have the three pieces joined together.
Lovely.
But of course, you can cut them to make three separate pieces. You can put the whole three pieces across your card, or you can use two and then one. So either way, you've got plenty of choice with that little stamp set and the die that goes with it.
That's
so there now we've managed to make, this is the card that was on the blog originally, and there's the other two.
They are stunning, Christine, absolutely beautiful. The
so they're
sunflowers.
just giving you a different way of using it. This one's got three on it, and it was when I did this that I thought, that's not right. They should have brown centres, but of course I couldn't get the brown centre under these, so that had to stay as yellow centres. But the rest of them I've managed to change and add them more authentically as sunflowers.
Gorgeous, absolutely stunning. Now we have a winner from your section, Christina. The winner, this is somebody who has donated via the Just Giving page in the last 35 minutes whilst Christina was crafting. We will then choose another winner from the next crafter, and so on and so forth, all the way through until 9:30 tonight. It's a lot of crafting. So the winner from this section is Jenny Bayliss, and she has said, great cause, I'm going to give a little and often, hope that's okay, wish it could be more. We all wish we could give so much more, don't we? But you know, there's only so much we can do. Hopefully this will help somewhat anyway. And absolutely, we are suggesting little and often so that you can enter to potentially win those very generous giveaways that crafters and other companies have given to this cause. So Jenny Bayliss, well done to you. Please email customerservice@craftstash.co.uk. And Christina, I have to give a massive thanks to you for joining us today. I know you were petrified
to say the least,
but you've done an absolutely fantastic job. You've been perfect, so thank you so much, and I'm sure you'll be going back to YouTube now to continue watching for the rest of the day.
I'll be there for the rest of the day. Thank you to everybody that's joined us. Thank you for all those that have donated, and I send all my love to Olga. And yes, of course, my other friend that's over there that is Ukrainian is Yanis Makula. And she, unfortunately, is still in the Ukraine.
Right, okay. So it really does affect everyone, doesn't it? One way or another. So absolutely, best wishes to both of those. As I mentioned earlier, our lovely Claire Rowlands, her son was living out there for 5 years. He's come back now. But he's gone back again to help, whether it be taking aid. I'm not sure what he's doing, but everyone is so closely affected by this. So thank you all for your donations. Christina, lovely. Thank you so much. We will see you again very, very soon.
Thank you for asking me.
You're welcome. Take care.
Bye-bye, Lou. Bye-bye, everybody.
So, yes, there's lovely Christina. So that is, I want to say 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hang on. Sam, John, Sarah. Yes. 4 lovely crafters have shared their makes with you today. Here's a quick video to just remind you of what we're doing and why, and then we'll be back to the next guest. Thank you so much for joining us today in our big craftathon in aid of the DEC Ukraine Humanitarian Appeal. 44 million Ukrainians find themselves in a situation that is unthinkable and urgently need help from the global community. While we think that there may be little we can do that is of direct and practical help, we can assist the DEC Humanitarian Appeal by using our craft to raise money to provide shelter, food and water to people fleeing the conflict. So we'd like your help by sitting back and watching some wonderful crafters who have given up their time to provide you with hours of crafting entertainment. And all we ask in return is that you donate what you can via our Just Giving account so we can raise as much money as possible for this amazing humanitarian appeal. Just Giving is easy. Simply use the link provided to donate the amount you wish. You can pay by bank transfer, PayPal, credit or debit card or Apple Pay. And don't forget to tick the box for gift aid if you're a UK taxpayer. The crisis cannot have failed to move you as the news brings us harrowing scenes of what's happening both in Ukraine but also to the thousands of people forced to flee their country. For us, the story's a little closer to home as we have the privilege of working with Olga Direktorenko, the designer behind Paper Discovery, herself a Ukrainian national who has been forced to leave her country. Well, we are elated to say that Olga and her children have now found a safe haven by travelling across Europe. We want to raise as much money as possible for Olga, her countrymen and women, so please give what you can. Your donations will be so appreciated. Thank you. Yes, thank you to everyone today. Thank you to those who are donating. Thank you to those who are giving up their time to craft for us and who have given us giveaways as well. As you can see, the sun has come out now, so I've gone a little bit bright. We have got a fantastic crafter next, who I'm going to introduce in just a moment. I'm just going to recap. We do have a Just Giving page. You can find that in the description here, in the comments as well. You'll be able to click on that, take you directly to donate as much as you can. But, you know, from £2, you can hopefully make a couple of donations throughout the day, because each section we're doing, we are offering a giveaway. Now, the giveaway for the next hour is, I'll say hour, 40 minutes or so, is absolutely priceless. So I'm going to introduce our next guest now. She is brand new to the Craft Stash family, which we're really excited about. She is the queen of messy crafting and colour as well. And in her own words, she is as mad as a box of frogs. So welcome, please, Sheena Douglas. Hello, Sheena. How are you?
Hi, lovely. Hi, Lou.
Hello. Are you good?
Sorry?
Are you well?
I am, yeah. I'm getting all kinds of like feedback here. I'm wondering, hang on.
We'll always have technical things. I think so. Oh, we can't hear you at all now. We can't hear you at all. Bear with me.
That one's got
I've put you back on.
Yeah. Oh, and then that one. Okay, if I mute that.
It's one after the other. No, we can't hear you. That's fine. What we'll do is, we've seen your lovely face. What we'll do is we'll go to your hand so we can dismiss this video. So lovely Sheena here. Everybody can see her. You all recognise Sheena. She's absolutely beautiful, but been in the craft industry a very, very long time, haven't you, Sheena? So we will come to Sheena's hands now. She's like, no. So let's hide her face. There we go. So we have hands in screen now. Hopefully you can see those. Let's just take the sound off of that. Can we hear you now?
I'm talking. Can you hear me? Is it all gone okay now?
Yay!
Brilliant. Well, that's what it's all about. It's all about this bit here, and it's all about just playing and crafting and about the whole event of the Ukrainian appeal. And thank you so much. Thank you guys for inviting me. It is a privilege and honour, and you're doing an amazing job. That's the giveaway.
Now, we need to talk about this, don't we?
Well, what it is that I'm going to do some folk painting this 40 minutes or whatever, and I'm going to pack in as much as I can. You know me, I'll be talking and doing. But what I thought was, to give you something a little bit different, I'd draw an original sunflower for you. So I really just had fun, to be honest. I'd done some folk painting. I thought, I want to mix it up. Let's do a different style. I used a nib pen and just basically used nice quality watercolour paper and drew out this sunflower in a sketchy fashion, which I wanted, and then a watercolour wash. And I've signed it. It's an original. There's nobody else got one of them. That's it, and it's going out to someone this section. So whoever donates, you're going to be in the running for that.
This, like I say, is a priceless, the value is completely priceless. You know, you can't buy that anywhere. So if you're donating on our Just Giving page between now and, Sheena, you're on till about 12:10, aren't you? So between now and 12:10.
Yeah. You know what, Lou? Whenever you tell me to shut up, that's when I'll go. You know I can talk for however long you need.
I'm sure people love listening to you anyway. I'm going to disappear and allow you to take the floor for the next 40 minutes. The first thing I just need to do very quickly is update the total. We are now at £2,400. So thank you, everybody. Please continue to donate.
Cheers, Lou. That's brilliant. Thank you so much. So this is what we're going to paint, guys. This is it. It's going to be a folk art cherry blossom, and I think it looks so effective, but it's doable, believe me. And the reason I chose this as well is that it's not about selling, not about product, not about me, not about any of us, but it's about sharing and playing and crafting for the right reason. And you can try this with a couple of brushes, a couple of paints, and a bit of card. So that was the plan. I have to say, speaking of the plan, I've made it into something modern, current. It's a traditional. This is hundreds of years old, this technique. I'll talk about that as we start playing. But what I wanted was something that would serve my current, you know, I'm a crafter, we have things, we get like, you know, we've got to do it to the max, and I'm doing planners to the max at the minute, which is good because I need it in my life right now. So I've made it into a planner with laminating it, and I've got myself little stickers I've made with previous images and things of mine. So this is what we're going to do. We're going to paint this together. If we've got time, and I'm going to do and talk anytime now, we'll also paint a rose, and this is another planner. Now I will say what I'm also going to do, and I've decided, Lou, I hope this is okay, but I'm going to give away, and I'm going to make it into a mixed media book, the one we're going to paint now. So we'll give another something away. It's all what it's about, so we'll do that, and I'll come back to that as well. So let me show you how we're going to start with this. Really simple, not loads of things that you need. First thing is we're going to need a pencil, a water soluble, or a pencil mark that will remove quite easily. So a water soluble pencil in this case, or a chalk pencil. Now this is the amount you're drawing, so fear not, this is it. Right, look, you're going to go like that, and if you have a few cups of coffee, this will be easier, because I wanted to look a bit wibbly wobbly and a bit shaky. So I'm not great with caffeine, so that's what happens when I drink a little bit too much coffee. And scarily enough, I talk more. Yay, and I've had 2 this morning. You lucky people. So I've got another little line there, and I'm going to do another one. Look, this is it. Look, think Twiggy. Right, channel your inner Twiggy, and I'm not talking the 60s supermodel. I wish. So what you're doing is you're just drawing little squiggly lines like this. That's enough to get started with. That's going to be my branch. Right, and everyone's going to be different. Everyone's going to be different. This is different to this one, completely different, and that's fine. What I'm going to do now is think, right, where do I want a flower? I'm going to have a big flower here. That's about there. So we'll draw a circle. That's it. It's my flower. I might have a flower at an angle, kind of thing there. I think I'm going to have another overlapping flower there. At least I'll probably add more. Maybe one here, maybe a little one here, and I'm going to do some buds there. They're representing buds. That's it. Bud, maybe a leaf. It's just a map. It's a plan. I might, you know, it's like me in any TV shows. Me and a plan doesn't always happen. And then we might have a leaf there. Wow, look at that. Are you wowed by the technical prowess of that?
I'm wowed.
Yeah, that's not going to be a stamp. You're fine. So that's ready. That's ready to go. Now let me show you what we're going to need to play with this. I've used my off-cut bits of card because this is what I'm going to practice on. I'm going to show you the brush strokes you need, which are very minimal, honestly. You're going to need a couple of brushes. Now I have used, look, I've got a selection of brushes here in my fancy holder here. I have a Royal and Langnickel brush. I hate saying that, especially on air, because it's like that Charlie Says advert. You can't, it's an R&L. It's an R&L brush. This is a Sheena brush. If you've got them, that works brilliantly. This is another R&L brush, but they're flat, what they call like a wash brush. That's what we need for the main bit. We also need a rigger brush, which is a long kind of bristled roundy brush here. And that's, I think, it for this one. Yeah, that's it for the cherry blossom. Yeah, and you don't need all of these brushes. You just need a couple, maybe a biggish one and a littleish one. Biggish and littleish. I'll tell you the numbers when we're using them. So the next thing is a paint. Now, ideally, you want a Flow Formula acrylic. By that, it's normally the ones that don't come in tubes. They come in a bottle. You know, like the crafting acrylics you get. They're ideal because they're already liquid and they flow, the clues there. These are what you call like a thicker, slightly heavier bodied acrylic. This one is. But I'm going to show you how you can use them too, if that's all you've got. Because again, I want you to be able to have a bit of a play without much outlay, if that's what you want to have a go at. So you're definitely going to need lots of white. White is going to be the foundation of just about everything you're doing. So I'm splodging a good splodge of white. Don't think it's economy to put a tiny little bit out at a time, then a tiny little bit out, and then another tiny bit with acrylic, because it dries quicker. Once acrylic starts to dry, you can't re-wet it. So by having a bit of a larger kind of commit to a larger splodge of it, it's going to be slower drying. That's about it. That's all I need to say about that. As little spritz bottles handy to have. You can spritz it now and again. and that's great. So I've got a white, I've got a dark red. You want contrast when you're doing this. I've got just a touch of a brown, and I'm going to use green, but I'm not going to put the green out until a bit later. So let me show you the first brush stroke you're going to do. This is great, this is easy. This is the twigs, all right? So that long rigger type brush, if I bring that up, see that one there? That's what we call a liner or a rigger brush. And whenever you're using that one, you need to water down your paint, because it's a flimsy, flippity floppity brush. And if you're using a thick paint on it, it'll just flop all over. It won't work for you. So you need to always thin the paint down, which is fine. So I'm thinning down a bit of brown, and just with water in this case, and that'll do. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put, even with this brush, we can double load it. By that means we're going to put 2 colours on the one brush. I've got some brown on there, maybe put a little bit more, because the secret with this is loading as much paint in as you can get without it being completely out of control. And then I'm going to touch a bit of white. Now this is the twiggy bit, you know that twiggy bit we did? In fact, let's just paint it on that, because we can. Then we'll come back to the brush strokes. So I'm pressing down, and I'm just dragging up like this, and eventually it's going to run out. But that's what rigger brushes were created for. You know, they got the name because when they were painting like rigging on ships and nautical things, they needed a brush that would hold a lot of paint but go for as long a way as possible with a line. And that does. So all I'm doing to get a thinner line, 2 things: the paint's running out and I'm lifting up a bit more. That's it. That's the secret to this. So even that, and you know what, those of you who've been watching me, and you'll know how much we love these brushes, these rigger brushes, for your general card making and things as well. So it is something that's very much part of the folky painting world, and if you're doing a certain style, but it's also a great thing to just get used to, guys, for your regular, you know, cards and things, because this is a great grasses brush. It's great for you know, as a base for maybe a lavender base or anything like that you want to create a black ink in the foreground of your cards to make a silhouette against one of your funky, gorgeous, full colour inky backgrounds. All
Can I just jump in, Sheena?
Sure, absolutely.
I'm sorry to interrupt, because I'm absolutely mesmerised and I forgot to check the total in the last 5 minutes. We've actually jumped up to 2,566 in donations, so we've just beat our other target. We keep increasing the target and you all keep smashing it. So amazing. Thank you so much, everyone.
Oh, brilliant. Absolutely the best kind of interruptions, Lou. Go ahead, interrupt as much as you want with that kind of stuff. Thanks, everybody. Amazing. Right, so we've got that. I've gone over it a bit more than I need to. You know what? That's it. It's done. Look, there you go. Twiggy bits. That's going to be the start of the branch. You can thicken them up later if you want. That's the other good thing about acrylics. It's quite forgiving because you can paint over any mistake. So if you didn't like something, even a petal, and go over it again. It's opaque paint. Fabulous. And it dries as a plastic, so it doesn't unsettle what's underneath. Right, now we're going to get to the bit where we're going to start painting a shape of a flower. Let's use that brush. Let's use the Sheena one. You want to look, when you're using any brushes, that you don't have any rogue hairs for this. You don't need expensive brushes, but you need good brushes for this technique. You know, I mentioned this was a thick gloopy paint. You can pop just a little bit of water in it if you want, or you can get these things called like extenders and open mediums, things that make the paint stay wetter longer, but they also dilute it a little bit for you. Now, what I'm doing, I've got my brush, right, and I'm picked up a bit of that dark reddy colour on one side and quite a bit of white on the other, right? And always make sure you have it the same way when you're smooshing it now. And that's the best technical term I can think of, is the smoosh, right? You will be at one with the smoosh by the time you finished. So smoosh like this. We're pushing the paint into the brush, into the bristles, and what you're going to do is you now make sure it's not too thick. You know, if it's a warm room, you might want to mist it with your water bottle. This is the brush stroke that we're going to paint that cherry blossom with. Think of a little windscreen wiper, a little sweep. Right, that's a petal, right? And all you do, and repeat 5 times. That's it. Once you've got that, and you know what, when you first start, do not think this is something that you just do. Whether you can draw, whether you've painted or whatever, it is not a benefit. Believe me, I've been there, done that. And it was worse for me because, you know, painting and drawing is what I do. So when people were saying, oh, you'll be able to do that, I went, well, okay, yeah, looks like it's up my street, I'll give it a go. Oh, I was tricksy when I first tried it. I thought there's more to that. It's a technique, it's a skill. Now, but once you've done that and you've practiced a few petals like that, you come back to it. I have not painted like this for well over a year at least, but it's like riding a bike. So look, let me show you again. You're going to start there and you're going to finish there. So if you want to draw a little V like that on the edge of the brush, or what they call the chisel, do that, right? And you're going to kind of anchor the bottom bit and just do like a windscreen wiper sweep to the top bit. And it doesn't have to be perfect, because when they all come together, it'll look great. That's it. Right, there's a leafy shape. I'm not even going to put the green out yet. I'm just going to show you with this colour because it's the same, we just changed the colour. The leafy shapes, 2 things. You just do that, like that. It's a tick. It's like squash it down, pull it up. Squash it down, pull it up, squash it down, pull it up. And it, again, doesn't need to be perfect. The other leafy shape is just a bit bigger than that. That's it. We're not getting fancy. We can do fancy leaf shapes, but we'll do that later. Right, I'm going to park that. I'm going to come back. One thing you need to, the other thing you need to do is when your brush starts feeling like the paint's drying a bit, it's getting a bit gloopy, just keep cleaning it. You'll find you need quite a bit of kitchen paper at hand, and you want quite a lot of water, because acrylic paint is messier than watercolour, because it's just use more of it. And if it's a good quality, it'll be went all funny for a little bit. Then I sound a bit like a Dalek.
Sorry, we just lost your picture for a second, but it's come back. So
yay!
We're all back. We're all good.
Yay! Okay, I was just, oh, you know what? Well, you know, I'll just keep talking, Lou. You know what I mean? It's like I would, yeah, I'm like a budgie, you know, unless you put a blanket over my cage, I'll keep going.
It's because you're a professional, that's why.
How kind you are. So, right, so here we're going to start. We'll do this one at the back first, and I'm going to put the pinky colour on the outside. And actually, it needs a little bit more pink. And you see, I started to do that, and I went, no, I want a bit more pink on there. It's too white. You can go over it again, look. That's it. It's great. So a little bit more, and it really is, once you get going and you see how quickly this is going to come together, it's a really cool technique. It's something that's worth persevering with at first, because when you come back to it, you've got that skill. You can just keep. So now, can you see I've painted kind of like a sideways on cherry blossom? And the best thing to do is start thinking of what's behind first, and then paint forward, because again, this paint will go over what's behind it. So we'll put another one there, and I'm not worried about following my little circles plan entirely, because it doesn't matter. It was just a rough guide. So if when you're going and you think, well, it looks better there, that's fine. But don't notice the other thing. Make it easy for yourself. Move the thing, not your hand. You don't have to do like, you know, gymnastics and upside down and twist around to get that brush stroke. All you have to do is anchor your hand, learn to do that, do it again, and repeat. And just, that's it. But it comes together in a really cool way. We'll do a big one here. So can you see, even though that's still wet, I can go over that, and I'm going to do a slightly bigger petal just by pressing down a little bit more. And then we'll put another one here. And I'm definitely, what I've done as well as my planner is I have in the back of my planner, because, you know, being the arty type, I want to sketching, and visuals are important, hence lots and lots of stickers and doodles. But I've put in the back of my planner different papers for different things I might want to sketch with if I'm out and about. So I don't have to carry a sketchbook or a little journal, a sketchbook journal. I can, I've put some pastel paper in there. I've put some watercolour paper in there, and I've put some mixed media paper. So whatever takes my fancy when I'm out and about. If I think, oh, I'll do a little bit of whatever, take some pencils with me, or, you know, I'm out and about in a coffee shop, whatever, like that, I can have a little bit of a play. So what I'm going to do is this one, I will do what I've done with the others, and I'll make it into, as I said, as an extra for you, I'll make it into a mixed media sketchbook for you with the ring binder system, and we'll do that as another giveaway as well. So can you see how that's coming together now with the flowers there? It's so effective. A dark background is a good thing too. And we'll just keep going. I'm going to put one right now. So here's a thing. We can decide, do we want to go bigger flower, smaller flower? If I want to get smaller, I can reduce all you do is reduce the size of the brush. So I could use a smaller flat brush like that, and it's exactly the same. Maybe in between, maybe that's an in-between size. It's just your call, but the process is the same. It's a little bit trickier with a really small brush because you've got less room to put everything on, all that two colours, you know, you've got less room to have them separate as you want them to, on the less kind of bit of real estate that you've got there, bristle wise. So that there. And you know what, if they're uneven, like if I could deliberately do kind of a, maybe, well, let's try and do an uneven one here. Maybe a squished one like that. Oh, I've done that wrong. You haven't, because look, what happens is it looks like it's moved around. The perspective's changed, it's facing up. So by being quirky with it, you're making it look more authentic and realistic. So continue with this. And we'll put let's put a little cherry blossom kind of just about to burst at the top there. And that's just a line like that, just little lines. We'll maybe put another one just here, little line, and another one there, and maybe one there. I don't want to be too contrived and too obvious with it all. I'd like to have some little bits where there's just the twig showing and look a little bit more realistic that way. If you don't have it symmetrical, and you know, be a bit random. I find random's fine. I do random very well. So I'm going to show you one with that tiny little brush. Let's do that. Let's show you a tiny little baby one. So it's the same deal, but the other thing is, don't go over where you've already done bits and pieces. It's now and again start a fresh little smush area, because that smushy area, again being technical about it all, is going to start to dry, it being acrylic. So you don't want to be dragging up that old paint, so keep doing a little separate bit. Let's put a little baby one in here. And you see where I caught the back of that bristle there? It doesn't matter, because I'm going to go over it again with the stroke. So don't worry if you think, oh, it's a bit messy. Look, you can tidy it up. It's great. All good. Honestly, it is worth persevering and giving it a little go, because like I said, I can come back to this and I haven't done it for so long, and then you think, well, look at that. Forgot how easy it was once you learn. Like, again, you know, it's a cliche, but it's true. Like riding a bike, it really is. And we keep going and continuing around. If you've got any questions or anything, shout up. And it's all good like that. We're almost ready to put some. I think we're going to have, what will I for time? We might get a rose done, we might not, but I'll speed paint the rose if we do to get that done, because we're nearly done with this. This seriously is nearly done. We're going to change now. I'm going to pop some green out. And what I would normally do, well, I'm going to do it anyway, but if that wasn't too dry where that red is, I'm going to use that original brush I was using, this one, the black one, and I'm going to pick up green and I'm going to pick up white, as you have seen me do with the other colours, just exactly the same on each side of the brush. And if that was still wet, that bit here where I smooshed, I'll go over and put the green where the red is. As it's not wet, what I'm going to do is I'm going to still pick up my two sides like that, and I'm just going to pop a little bit of that slow drying stuff, because it is a little bit warm in here. And I'm just going to pick a little bit up on my brush just to dilute it a little bit. A little spritz of water would do the same. So don't think you've got to get all these fancy mediums and things like that either. You really don't. Right, so now I've got that pushed in the brush, but you see how bright that green is? it's, whoa, it's there, right? So what you can do to tone it down is put a tiny little touch of the red in and then smoosh it, and it tones it right down. Red being the opposite on the colour wheel, it really makes it much softer, much more, oh, you see what I've done there? Talking, you see? I was distracted. I picked up the green on the wrong side of the brush. So all you do, clean your brush. It's all right, it's not wasted. This acrylic paint is meant to be used in copious amounts. So don't think, oh, I've wasted a whole brush load of paint. Honestly, it's cost-wise, it's really fine if that happens. Just clean it up, put it on again, and then pick up that little bit of red, and you can even leave it more obvious, the red. And then what we'll do is we'll paint a big leaf here. So I'm going to press down and do a little leaf like that, and then we'll maybe put one here like this, so to the wiggle, yeah, for a bigger leaf. And then we can put some little bud-like leaves up here. I want a little bit more green on there, and you could again use the smaller brush if you wanted to have a little bit more control. But I like that look of just those little, as if they're just coming out at the end of the little twiggy bits. And maybe in amongst the flowers as well, you might want something, a leaf coming. Let's put one. Let me see. We'll put it there. No, we'll put it there. This is where just make the decision and just think, right, it would have looked a little bit, I don't think it would look as good there. So, but don't overdo it on the leafy bits. If you want to go back and add some extra bits and pieces, you can do that. If you want to go and reinforce the brown again with your rigger brush, it's right there, you can do that. If you think it needs a little bit more impact where that is, if you want a little bit darker brown, again, drag it through the white, thicken it up a little bit if you need to. You can always just go ahead, and that's where, you know, the acrylic is, there's always a plus and a minus with all your different paint mediums, isn't there? The benefit of this is that once that you can go over it. The downside is that once it's on there because it's not like watercolor. It doesn't lift. You can't full bleach it. You can't do that kind of thing with it. But they've all got their place and different applications. So we'll pop that there, like that, just like that, a little bit there. I wouldn't want to do too much more to this, you know, because I think you go too much, other than we'll paint the centre of the flowers. We'll do a little bit of dottiness on it. So the centre of the flowers, right, back to this rigger brush and that dark colour, only the dark colour. And
would you like a time check, Sheena?
Yes, please, Lou, that'd be brilliant.
You've got about another, well, between 10 and 15 minutes if you need it.
Oh, great, brilliant. We'll do a rose then as well. Yeah.
Oh, lovely. And the total at the moment on the Just Giving page is £2,703.
Wow, fantastic.
I'm mesmerised, so I'm just going to go back and carry on watching.
Cheers, lovely, thank you. So what I've done there, I'm going to lift this up. I've used that brush and I've used the paint a little bit thicker because I didn't have to drag it across to lines. I'm just dotting it very lightly for those little dots in the middle of your cherry blossom. And then I'm going to just drag out very, very lightly if I can. If you oh, got a splodge on there. Don't want water on black card. We might have to put a sticker. You know what? Or the butterfly. The butterfly might appear again. No, I think what I'll probably do is what I did on my planner is find, there's some really nice like foiled planner stickers and things, or you could use your die cut machine and cut out in maybe gold mirror your name or just some wording or anything like that and pop that on before you laminate it. That would be a cool thing to do too. So much you can do with these. So we've got the little bits of you know, the little stamens in the middle of the flower coming out there, and then again we want some dots, but we want these ones to be coming a little bit outside that area so it looks like they're standing on those little bits, but don't feel you've got to just dot them perfectly on the end of those little stemmy bits you've created, just anywhere around so it looks like they're, you know, coming outside of the flower. They've got a bit of dimension. The other thing you can do is if you've lost a little bit of shape on your petals, if it hasn't got a defined enough dark edge to it, you can use this brush. And you know what, take on this. Lots of people have come throughout it. This is hundreds of years old, and each country had its different look and different styles. And Flemish painting, folk painting was very much, you know, loading the brush with more than one colour. And through the years, there's been many books, and believe me, I've probably bought most of them, because as I do, I have to do it to the nth degree if I'm interested in something. And that's how I ended up teaching this many, many years ago before I did the TV. And the thing is it's one of those techniques that, as I said, once you learn it, it's a great thing to just keep bringing in to whatever you're doing, even if it's not going to be that look. By that I mean, you know, I brought a thing I called Paint Fusion, which was stamps underneath this, so it gave you the shape of them, and then you followed it with the painting. But the Paint Fusion bit is also about fusion in the products, fusion in your craft stash with it. So you could put your stickers on here. You could do whatever. At the end of the day, whatever it takes to make it look good, it's fine. It doesn't have to be pure folk painting. It's kind of mixed media in a painty fashion, and a fusion of styles to make it get it where you want it to be. So if you look there, see, you have to find those a little bit more with that little brush. It didn't need it, but you can do that if you want. One last thing before we do the rose. Take a bigger brush, like a messy brush is better for this, and we want the white, we want some white out of here, and we want it a little bit runnier, so a bit more water on that, and splodge it like this. So we want it really quite liquid, because it is quite a thick paint. And then what you can do is you can just pop some little pollen-y, just fills in those little things. I think it just softens it. And be careful, you don't want meteorites. It's not like a Spielberg special where, you know, leave the planet as quick as you can kind of thing. It's you want just little dots. If you flick across, it will look like kind of you know, shooting star thing. But that is what I'll trim it down, I'll laminate it, and I'll pop it in some binders. I'll make a planner. So Lou, if you want to do 2 giveaways this hour, one can have the picture and one can have that when it's finished.
So there's an extra reason to get another donation in, isn't it?
So that's the kind of look you're going to get. It might not be this colour rings, it might be a little bit, but it's going to be that kind of look I'll give you.
Oh, amazing. There we go. So Hilary in the background, if you could pick 2 names from the donators, I'm sure we've got lots of names, because we're up to, like I say, we're over our 2,500 mark that we set a little while ago. We're now 2,717. And to be honest, I think people are mesmerised by your painting as well. I've just been silent for the last half an hour. It's fascinating. I absolutely love it. But we do just have another 10 minutes.
Okay.
If you're happy to do that.
All right.
Just while you're cleaning up, everybody, you can still donate. The Just Giving link is below in the description. It's in the comments. It's literally everywhere on the Craft Stash social sites today. You'll find it everywhere. And every time someone donates, you get put into a draw as such to win a prize, usually supplied by the craft that's crafting at the time of your donation. So we're saying, if, for example, you're thinking, well, I can donate £10 today, I would personally split that into 5 donations of £2 and donate each time one of your favourite crafters is on. It's not going to cost you any extra. You'll still donate the same amount, but that gives you 5 chances of winning. We are here until 9:30 this evening, so lots of crafting and lots of donations, hopefully. I will disappear and give you another 10 minutes, Sheena.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. Cheers for that. And thank you, everybody, for donating. And yeah, all good. All right. Great. So I'm going to take that little bit of green out of there. And what we're going to do is we're going to paint a rose. Now I'm going to go for it. This was the rose. When you see this in this technique, it's like, whoa, that's impressive. And this was, so me being me, didn't want to start with a little bit of cherry blossom. Oh no, I wanted to go with the full rose. So this is what we need. I'm going to scale up the brush a little bit bigger. I've made sure it's really clean. Brushes don't have to be expensive, but they have to keep their shape. Can you see the way that brush has kept its shape? Those R&L or Royal and Langnickel brushes are great for that. Okay, so you'll be able to pick those up. Super affordable these are. So, right, we're going to pick up now some more. I'm going to wet that brush a little bit with that extender medium, because with the rose brush strokes, you need a little bit bigger brush strokes, so the paint needs to go further, and in that case it needs to be a little bit more fluid. This is where those Flow Formula acrylics really do help you out if you've got them. So I'm just picking up some of that red, same red, I don't need to change it, and the white on one side of my brush, and I'm really packing this paint into this brush because I need to make sure that there's enough paint to get me through the brush strokes I need to create. So one more little smoosh and I think we're good to go. So I'm going to do 5 petals, and I'll start, I'll probably start in the corner here so I know where as far down as I can go, and I'm going to press down, wiggle and pull up, and that's my first rose shape there. And I'm going to pick up, now you'll see there's lots of people have different formulas for the roses. Some of them will have them with more layers than others. They're like a cabbage rose. Others will have more of a little tea rose type thing. You can do an easy one to do would be like a wild rose, like a dog rose kind of thing. That would be a good one to start with because you really don't need to do all the layers in that one. Oh, can you see what I've done there? I've done the pink on the outside, but that's okay. I can fix that in a minute. So I had the brush around the wrong way. I want the darker colour in the middle, but I've actually gone darker on the wrong side with that one. But that's fine because all you do is you go over it again. So loading the brush again. So I'm going to come back to that one. I'm going to let it dry a little bit. 1, 2, 3. And notice how I'm leaving a gap in the middle because I need to get more stuff in the middle there, which is the plan. And then another one just there. Now if you think, oh, I need to tidy these up a little bit, it is really easy. All you do is you go back over, clean the brush if it's getting a bit gloopy. It looks like you think, oh, she's got a lot of time cleaning the brush and reloading it. But when you think how quickly you paint a petal, in the greater scheme of things, cleaning the brush now and again is not a big deal when you see how quickly it all comes together. So that again. And so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go over that one more time there and just extend it a little bit more to fill in that gap. Can you see? So now I've filled that in. I want that one to be a little bit better shape to fill in and the right way around. So I'm going to go over that again. And that's how easy. And if you want it more opaque, you can actually just keep going over. Can you see how it's looking darker? You can, but be careful that you always keep the brush the right way around. Right, that's looking better. Can you see it's much more opaque? I'm going to lift this up for you guys so you can see better. And then we'll get to paint the centre. And right, so there. Can you see how that's come together there? Now, if that was wild rose, all you do is stipple in the middle and you're done. But with this one, we're going to do a couple of layers. So I'm going to pop there. I'm not sure what we're doing for time, Lou. I'm hoping we can get this.
You've got about another 4 minutes. Is that okay?
About how many minutes, sorry?
About 4 minutes.
Oh, yeah, we can. Right, no worries. All right. So
thank you.
On, Douglas. All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put another layer like this around to fill in these centres. Notice I'm speeding up a little bit now. No pressure. All right. And I'm going to continue. So we're doing another layer in effect. Because when you think of your rose, that's the beauty of it, is you've got all these gorgeous petals unfolding. And so we've got the next layer. Yeah. And then what we're going to do for the centre is we are going to put a little ruffle, and we need to make sure there's a nice white edge here so you can see it quite defined. And we're going to go like a little half circle, just one half petal. And then the other one is going to, again, make sure you've got the 2 colours defined on the edge of the brush, and we're going to go around and paint like a trumpet. Yeah. And then I'm going to come around in a kind of a comma kind of shape, just to suggest there's some petals swooping around the outside of that one there. We'll quickly do a leaf. And just wet this down a little bit. And again, can you see how I've done that I said earlier? I've popped that green on top of that red colour, because it will look so much better than just using that bright, really vivid green. So that there should hopefully let us paint a leaf. Now this one I'm going to use, let's do one here. So we're going to use zigzags like this and then lift up. And I'm going to pop a little bit of water on the brush just so that it flows a little bit better. And a little bit more green. I'm going to start a new bit just there, just because that is a little bit gloopy. You know, when it starts to dry, it gets a little bit too draggy. You'll feel it on the brush. It's all these technical terms, isn't it, Lou? Gloopy, draggy, smushy. Oh, I'm just a jargon queen, I am. So, so we're going to put that one, and we're going to do zigzag like this, zigzag back and forth. The more irregular you can make it, the better it's going to look. Can you see that side's better than the other side? And then you've got a leaf started. You can do little leaves if you want as well, and all just with little rose buds and things. And we'll I don't know if we'll have time for a rosebud, Lou, but we'll do that at another time. But you can see how very quickly you can paint rose, and then when you add little few more bits to it, you get that kind of look like that. And this brush, this gypsophilia here, was a really old brush. Don't throw your old brushes away. Cut the bristles off. And that was one of the liner brushes that really had seen better days. And then you just pounce like that with a little bit of white and a tiny little bit of cornflower blue, and you've created a gypsophilia look. And that is how you paint the rose as well. Has that about the right time there?
Absolutely perfect. Thank you so much. Hilary has chosen a couple of winners for you, and thank you again for offering that second prize. That's fantastic. I think that brought a few more donations in quickly at the last minute as well. So should we do a very quick update too? We are now on, so we're still sitting with the target at 2,500. We haven't increased that since the last increase. We've increased it all day long, but we are now at £2,813. We only started 4 hours ago. I think that's pretty amazing.
Absolutely. Thank you, everybody, and thank you guys for doing what you're doing and doing it so well. Absolutely amazing.
You're welcome. We want to thank you. So we have two winners. We will take in the addresses and we will forward you these addresses, because the first winner of that amazing original framed artwork of that beautiful sunflower is going to be going to Teresa Merrifield. She says, such a worthwhile cause and great to see crafty community pulled together. Lovely to see Sheena on Craft Stash as well. And then we also have Emma Jane Phillips for the beautiful cherry blossom that you were painting as well. Gorgeous prizes. Brilliant. Myself, all of the team are gutted that we didn't win. We were quickly slotting in donations there, but there's probably a reason we didn't win. But thank you, Sheena. We are so grateful that you've shared your time with us today, shared your prizes with us as well, and helped us to raise so much money for such a good cause.
Absolute pleasure, and the least I could do. Thank you so much from to everybody involved.
You are more than welcome. We hope to see you again on Craft Stash very soon. So take care and enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you, guys. Take care.
Take care. Bye-bye. So that is it for this segment. Now we are continuing with Sam Calcott in just a moment or two. I'm going to just play a quick video to allow you to understand what we are doing today and why we are doing this. At the moment, at the end of this section, as I say, the grand total is 2,813 for now. That is the last 4 hours and 10 minutes. I think that's pretty good going. So we have a lot more hours to go. We're looking at about another 9 hours still, I believe. So we're going to bring Sam to you. What you need to do is just stay on our YouTube channel. A separate live will appear in a few moments, and you can join Sam, and she has some fabulous giveaways, crafters, and hopefully lots more donations for you. So thank you for joining me. I will be back during Sam's session at, I think, 2 something. I'll be there at the right time anyway, 2:25 I think, and I'll be doing some paint pouring, but there's lots of other guests. So see you soon. Thank you for joining me. Thank you for donating, and I'll be back later on this afternoon to continue this massive big craftathon. See you soon. Thank you so much for joining us today in our big craftathon in aid of the DEC Ukraine Humanitarian Appeal. 44 million Ukrainians find themselves in a situation that is unthinkable and urgently need help from the global community. While we think that there may be little we can do that is of direct and practical help, we can assist the DEC Humanitarian Appeal by using our craft to raise money to provide shelter, food and water to people fleeing the conflict. So we'd like your help by sitting back and watching some wonderful crafters who have given up their time to provide you with hours of crafting entertainment. And all we ask in return is that you donate what you can via our Just Giving account so we can raise as much money as possible for this amazing humanitarian appeal. Just Giving is easy. Simply use the link provided to donate the amount you wish. You can pay by bank transfer, PayPal, credit or debit card or Apple Pay. And don't forget to tick the box for gift aid if you're a UK taxpayer. The crisis cannot have failed to move you, as the news brings us harrowing scenes of what's happening both in Ukraine but also to the thousands of people forced to flee their country. For us, the story's a little closer to home, as we have the privilege of working with Olga Direktorenko, the designer behind Paper Discovery, herself a Ukrainian national who has been forced to leave her country. Well, we are elated to say that Olga and her children have now found a safe haven by travelling across Europe. We want to raise as much money as possible for Olga, her countrymen and women, so please give what you can. Your donations will be so appreciated. Thank you.